Good afternoon. I am Lee Ki-won, Deputy Director at the National Folk Museum of Korea. It's great to meet you all. And I'm your moderator for today's conference. The theme of today's conference is the role of museums in an aging society. And I'd like to thank you all for taking your time out of your schedules to attend today. So today's conference will be held in a hybrid format, allowing attendees to watch presentations both on-site and online. And thank you for watching the presentations and today's conference via YouTube as well. And above all, I'm deeply grateful to the speakers and discussants who have spent a great deal of time preparing for the presentations. I'm sure you have heard the terms aging society and aged and super-aged society through various channels. According to the UN, these terms apply when the elderly population exceeds 7, 14, and 20% of the total population. And as for the National Folk Museum of Korea, we have provided opportunities for seniors to participate in our activities, such as serving as docent for exhibitions and supporting youth and children's educational programs. And after the year 2000, we started offering educational programs specifically designed for seniors to support their physical and mental well-being. So for more details, please refer to the presentations by Senior Curator Lee from the Education Department at the National Folk Museum of Korea. So museums provide seniors with opportunities to contribute to society and future generations, but also museums support physical activities, social connections, and intellectual stimulation. As such, museums can play a key role in creating an aging, age-friendly community. So I hope that today's presentations from museums both home and abroad will greatly help us in understanding the educational programs and further developing those educational programs for our elderly citizens. Today we have 8 presenters followed by a general discussion session. And in this session, all presenters and 4 discussants will participate. Then there will be a Q&A session at the end. So if you have any questions, please note that down and feel free to ask during the Q&A. So we'll now begin the conference. Director General Jang Sang-hoon of the National Folk Museum of Korea will deliver his welcome remarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 바쁘신 일정 중에
Thank you very much for participating in today's symposium out of your busy schedule. As you introduced, I'm Jang Sang-hoon, the Director General of the National Folk Museum of Korea. Now the very hot summer is behind us. It's now almost chilly. It's like late autumn we are having here in Korea. We are looking forward to many wonderful presentations today, and I hope you also enjoy the beautiful scenery outside this building as well. And some of our speakers actually traveled a long distance to be here with us. So we truly have a truly international symposium. We have Director Chung Mae-kwin from the National Museum of Singapore, and we also have Director Carol Rogers from the National Museums Liverpool, and we also have Head of Public Programs, National Museum of Finland, Ms. Hanna Forsell as well. So thank you for traveling a long distance to be here with us. And also thank you for other speakers as well. And there are many volunteers working at this museum, and also we offer programs for seniors, not just serving as a docent, but also seniors can come here and also go out to visit various institutions. But if you look at the museums in the Western world, it's already been used as a venue for meeting and reunions, and also museums been using their collections to help the seniors with cognitive impairment participants to restore their memory. So this is an important topic that we need to think about, not just here in Korea, but globally as well. How are we going to be able to continue to engage with the society despite our old age? And we really need to come together to come up with great ideas. So given that at our museum, we want to think about what kind of role museums can play in the aging society. We look forward to listening to various cases from home and abroad, and I hope that we'll learn great theories and also practices that we can take advantage of in terms of utilizing museums for the aging society. Thank you very much.
관장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Director General. Director General Zhang talked about how the museum can be utilized for the seniors to learn and also to realize their potential as well. So that was about the social role and social influence to be played by the museums. Thus, programs by the museum should not be led by the museum, but led by the actual users, the participants. And in today's symposium, now I'd like to introduce the first speaker.
고령층의
So, Senior Research Fellow Yoon So-young from the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute will deliver a presentation. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
예, 다시 인사드리겠습니다.
Let me introduce myself again. My name is Yoon So-young. First of all, thank you very much for extending the invitation to me. As for the topic of my today's presentation, it's about the role of museums in this aging society. That was the theme that was shared with me in advance. So I got this invitation several months ago, and I accepted this invitation. And in my presentation, I'd like to share the research that Korea Institute of Culture and Tourism has conducted so far. So based on such analysis and surveys, today I'd like to share with you the level of understanding of our senior citizens about the museums and the role of museums. And I would like to share the examples as well. So I hope that you can understand this topic based on the research results and the examples that I share with you today. So as for the content of my presentation, there are 5 main points that I'd like to talk to you today. The first of all, we have several data regarding the usage patterns of older adults, but especially I brought the usage patterns of older adults related to museum. And I'll also selected some keywords under this big theme. So the first 3 agenda are about the usage patterns and the activities of older adults regarding museums. And the last 2 points are about what the role of museums should be for our older adults. So, older adults and their usage patterns of older adults when it comes to museums. So, I actually looked at 2 different survey results. We do not have any other research results than what I am sharing with you here now, because we actually looked at various research last year, but so the information that I share with you today will be about the only museum usage patterns of older adults. So the first data is about the National Leisure Activity Survey results. So we actually took samples based on the population and household census across 17 provinces nationwide. I think out of these 10,000 households, like 30% or so are elderly citizens. And we asked the people, respondents, they have ever visited museum, and I'm going to share the results with you from now on. So for senior citizens who are aged 60 and over, the question was, have you visited the museum at least once in the past year? So I gave them several questionnaires and then asked also several different activities that they have done in the last year, at least once in the past year. And so the questions include whether have you been to a movie theater or exhibition or a museum, as you can see on this slide. And when it comes to the visit to the museum, this number that's highlighted in the box here has responded that they have visited the museum. But this tendency, as you can see, for elderly citizens who are in their 60s and 70s and older, and after 2019 and 2020, all the numbers have dropped. And even if we consider this factor for this particular time frame, people in their 60s and 70s, they actually have visited a museum. As you can see, like 4.9% and 5.9% have visited a museum at least once in the past year. Even though we had the COVID, I think this figure shows the role that the museums can play. And also, out of senior citizens, age 60 and over, we asked which destination was their top leisure space over the past year. And as a commonly used leisure space in a year, senior citizens aged 60 and over, they said 0.7 and 1.1%. And so, as for the top three leisure spaces, 60s, senior citizens, their 60s and 70s have come up with these results. So, even though the number is not big, still, big portion of these senior citizens visit a museum, and they think museums can be a very good leisure space. So we also actually looked at other survey results as well. In 2017, we actually carried out pilot survey to check the return visits in age group of visitors at the national museums and art galleries, because the survey was for the people who have visited these national museums and galleries. And so the next slide shows the results of that survey. So regarding revisits, when it comes to national and public museums and galleries, actually 69.4% of senior citizens in their 60s and older said they have visited the museums and art galleries. And actually, this is higher than the average of the revisits to the galleries and museums. And especially when it comes to the number of visits in the last 3 years, 60 and older senior citizens, especially, they visited more than 5 times in the recent 3 years. So that means our senior citizens who once visit any museum or art gallery, they tend to come back and visit for several more times. So, and we also asked, why do you visit the museums or galleries? And the first question about who do you come to the museums with? And because we often say that the companion and who do you come to visit with matters. And as for the people they visit with, for senior citizens in their 60s and older, they tend to visit with friends, and also they visit as a group rather than visiting with their family members. Okay, so then you will have some idea of in terms of how to target and how to design the program for the senior citizens.
Products and services are now suitable for their personal needs. And I also looked at the categories and characteristics of the leisure activities of older adults. So I wanted to see basically what types of senior people participate in leisure activities a lot and what kind of activities that they do. So I did some potential profile analysis as well. You can refer to the details, but this is also what I've done. So I looked at the categories of leisure activities participated in by older adults. You can see there are various participation types. And also they tend to focus on cultural, artistic, and sports activities. By sports activities is usually taking a walk or hiking. And also, some seniors, their leisure activities tend to focus on participating in culture activities, sports activities, or one type is also to enjoy it with other people, companions. That's another type. And also, I looked at the older adults, their hobby, activities, and some senior people, they tend to stay home for long hours a day. So I kind of wanted to look at what's the difference in their lifestyles. So I looked at, depending on their leisure activity types that I've shown you on the previous slide, I wanted to see if there is a difference in the level of happiness. And I could see that as you participate in various leisure activities or as you participate in cultural activities or sports activities, they tend to be much more happier than people who just prefer to spend longer hours and staying at home and getting a rest. So when we ponder upon what kind of activities to choose from, well, that could be one topic, but for the senior age group, rather than just staying at home and just taking a break at home, going out, meeting people, engaging in various activities, and participating in leisure activities, could be sports activities and outdoor activities, these people tend to be much more happier. I think that as a society as a whole, we need to take some responsibility for that. So these are types, type 3 and type 4, seniors who are having too many hobbies or focusing on resting at home. How can we draw them out? How can we attract them to museums? I think it is up to us to provide them with programs that can boost up their level of happiness, so that can justify their going out. So we also looked at what's changed after they participated in leisure activities or services. The highest number of people answered that they feel happy, the first column. So we also looked at what kind of role the culture and art can play for a happy life for the senior citizens. So there are various points here, but one thing I want to highlight is that senior people are aware of the negative social concept about aging. I'm 60 this year. But at a certain point, I began to feel some kind of pressure. I feel like I'm now being placed on a back burner, socially speaking. So I also think about how to conduct myself, given that kind of social perception about aging. So we are now going to have a bigger population of older people. But if you look at the public policy nowadays, it's mostly focused on supporting the youth. And of course, we need to support the youth. But in an aging society, we are talking about a sheer higher number of aged people. So, and also it should not be that senior citizens, we should not consider them as just a passive recipient of social support. We need to create some venues for them to actively participate in society. So this is what I want to propose in terms of the role to be played by the culture and art. So we want people talk about longer lifespan, but we want to have a healthy and happy lifespan. And to that end, I believe that culture and art have a role to play. So for a human being to feel a sense of happiness, it is really critical to have some element of art and culture in the life. So this is a kind of elements that constitute the happiness in life. So you can refer to them later. So this is from my past research. So I emphasized this point years ago, but I still want to emphasize it. In terms of culture, we still want senior citizens to have an active life, healthy life. So it needs to be outdoor activities. By outdoor, I mean something that you need to come out of your home and participate. And also it needs to be interesting content. So we need to provide interesting contents and satisfying experience. And also, we also need to utilize the culture and art as a communication channel, engagement channel for the senior citizens with the society. Now, there is an old age dementia, which is also a problem as well. So we need to utilize the culture and art as a healing mechanism for aging population as well. Now, I want to talk about museums specifically. So this is actually my conclusion. So in an aged society, we want to invite more senior people into museums. Then what? What do we want to do? So we are going to hear various practices from museums around the world today. But before that, I want to talk about in mid to long term, as a museum, what kind of preparations do we need to do? For senior citizens, it is not one monolithic group. I don't think it is a one monolithic homogeneous group. I mentioned that I'm now 60 years old, but I'm just a 60 years old person. And also, it is important to see different age group even within the overall senior citizens. For example, people in their 60s, people in their 70s, and also health level, health status. Healthy senior citizens, less healthy citizens. We need to think about that as well. And also their life experiences as well. Senior citizens have a different life experiences up to this point. Earlier, I showed you that senior citizens, once they start coming to museum, they tend to make a return visits over and over. So we need to understand these things about senior citizens in order to target the right senior citizens. And we also, if we want to expand more programs for the senior citizens, even if we offer that as a program for senior citizens, if it is not suitable for a specific group of senior citizens, it's not going to be utilized much. So it's not going to be much satisfying for them to come and participate. So for the museums to provide a good culture and leisure programs to senior citizens, we need to know our audience first, our target audience first. Is this senior citizen a new visitor or is a repeat visitor? Is it just visiting the museum for simple reasons, or is it because this person has a high level of interest in the new exhibition or collection of this museum? Is this person coming alone, coming with friends, family, or in group? And what is this person's characteristics? For example, what is this senior citizen's financial situation, gender, health status, leisure activities experiences, a leisure career that I mentioned earlier. So we need to segment senior citizens according to these characteristics and target the right group for the right program. What groups of senior citizens are we going to prioritize for this specific program? Are we going to offer a program for senior citizens who've never been to museum before? Are we targeting new visitors? Something like that. So depending on the various needs and characteristics of the senior citizens, we need to provide a more tailored services. And to offer the tailored services, the key importance is that we need to understand what they want, what the senior citizens want. Someone might ask me what I want, and I might give them my answers. And those answers might be the data, and then the museum need to take this kind of data to come up with programs. But as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the problem is that we don't have such data enough. So So we need to do this. We need to do some more survey to understand what kind of senior citizens are coming to museum for what kind of reasons. We need to have a better understanding about their demand for museum. So at least we need to target the senior citizens who come to visit the museum. Preferably, we also need to survey senior citizens who don't come to the museum to understand why they are not coming to the museum, and also to understand their expectations about museums, because there might be some gap in what we think of as a role to be played by the museum and what the senior citizens actually want and expect from the museum. So we need to do more research. And next, I think we need to do this. So we need to think about the social role of the museum. This is not just about enjoying culture and leisure activities. Of course, that is important, but we want to go beyond that. Earlier, I believe we talked about healing. Senior citizens, in many cases, are living in isolation, and also they're dealing with illnesses. So I hope that leisure and art can play a role to heal those weaknesses. So there are many social problems in the society. But so I'm not talking about museum being just an elegant institutions disconnected with the social problems. I believe that museums have an important role to play in dealing with the social problems problems such as aging society or environmental issues. So we need to embrace those social challenges and need to really think about how to contribute to solving these problems. That is the social role of the museum. And of course, as if you are a national museum, you will have many staff and great collection. So you have great things. How are you going to utilize it? How are you going to utilize to better communicate with the society in general? And today's topic is specifically about the aging society. So today we are here to talk about to prioritize the aged population. But we shouldn't just stop at thinking about them. We really need to understand at which point we need to provide the right programs and services for the senior citizens for what kind of needs that they have. So basically, even though you are a senior citizen, if you still want to have an active and happy old age, it's much better to participate in various activities, and particularly culture and sports activities can boost up the level of happiness of the senior citizens, as I mentioned earlier. So we can consider that as we think about the social role of the museums. And also, museum has its own unique purposes. For example, encouraging people to come and view the collection and learn. And also, if we offer the right programs and activities, we believe that the museum can fulfill such a social role. So once after I turned 60, I began suddenly very worried. How can I keep my job, for example? What will I do in my old age in terms of the livelihood, income earning? But then I realized that once I retire from job, then when I have so much free time, I learned that I have no idea what to do with my free time once after I retire. And after that, this problem of aging became real to me, and I became really interested in coming up with responses to deal with it. So as a one person, I'm very much interested in this kind of issues and coming up with a policy response to this issue, and also provide my personal contact at the end of my presentation slide. So if you want to talk to me, feel free to contact me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm also 60. So I feel like I made a new friends. So the senior citizens in Korea, we looked at how actively they're utilizing leisure activities, culture activities, and Oftentimes, senior citizens, when they participate in such leisure and art activities, they can still stay healthy and happy. And those things are really basic element of a happy life. So as a museum, we will do our best to encourage them to come and participate in such programs. But in reality, the senior citizens' participation rate in the museum activities is still low. So we need to understand what they need, what the senior citizens need from the museums much better, so that we can provide a better programs for them.
Now, I'd like to invite Ms. Carol Rogers, Director of the House of Memories program from the National Museums, Liverpool, who will present on the House of Memories, connecting the elders from diverse communities. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be with you today in your beautiful city of Seoul. I've prepared some slides, and you'll see in the conference booklet there is a précis of my presentation. But what I always like to say to delegates is they're going to have such a rich afternoon of information that please don't be shy. If there's anything that I present today you'd like to know more about, do approach me. I'm very friendly, and ask away. My name is Carol Rogers, and I am the Director of House of Memories, which is a museum dementia awareness programme developed by my organisation, National Museums Liverpool. My aim for House of Memories was to raise awareness and create accessible resources for the UK's growing dementia community. I've always considered that our museum skills, all of us in the room today, whether we are curators, archivists, conservators, educators, we are excellent at looking after our nation's heritage collections. And as museum professionals, we are great at looking after people's memories, many of which may be thousands of years old, but we also collect and care for objects that are within living memory, as we can see here, this fantastic National Folk Museum. And therefore, everything that we do within living
커뮤니티와 연관이 되어 있고요. 기억의 지분요. 2012년에 시작이 되었고요. 그리고 박물관 유산 컬렉션과 어르신들의 기억을 연결시키는 그런 개념을 바탕으로
and utilize
만들어졌습니다.
collections to develop resources that can trigger the everyday memories of elders and people living with dementia to provide a sense of connection with the world around them. Today, I'm going to provide a brief overview of the House of Memories programme and share with you a closer look at one of our digital resources, which is the My House of Memories app, which showcases objects and stories from diverse community memories as well as museum collections. But first, a little bit about my organisation. National Museums Liverpool is the only national museum based wholly outside of London. We are a group of 7 world-leading museums and galleries based across the Liverpool city region. Our mission is to create memorable experiences for everyone. We hold an encyclopedic collection of more than 4 million objects, ranging from some of the world's best pre-Raphaelite artworks to awe-inspiring ancient history collections, and more recently, we are the UK's only modern history slavery museum. National Museums Liverpool is internationally known, but loved and respected locally. For decades now, the traditional UK museum have collected, preserved and displayed objects for the public, provide an inclusive view of art, culture and history, largely reflecting the prestige and privilege of our history to a small and selected group of visitors. From the 1990s, however, the roles and functions of UK museums have undergone a substantial change, mainly in response to reduction of local and central government funding, but also with the need to create business models that could allow our museums to innovate and grow and to diversify income. UK museums have become more responsive to visitor expectations about where and how people want to engage with exhibits, shifting from viewing visitors as passive consumers of culture to active participants seeking opportunities for interaction. Over time, digital, virtual and augmented technologies have become an essential component to enable more active participation. One of the major drivers for the changing roles of museums in the UK is the recognition that our resources can play an important part in meeting the needs of local people when we work in partnership with local agencies to support and promote health and well-being, to foster social inclusion and to provide widening access for marginalised groups that enables true diverse perspectives within our programmes. The 2019 COVID pandemic and the UK community lockdown, and I'm not sure whether you have a similar lockdown in Korea, but this further accelerated our need to connect differently with our audiences. So alongside the in-person visit to the museum, we've developed new tools and platforms, online access to our collections, and we've redesigned our institutional practice and systems to enable more diverse representation of our community and of our education programming. I'm going to give you a brief little snippet here of the House of Memories wider programme, and then I'll concentrate on the digital My House of Memories app. We began House of Memories in 2012, and at that time it was unusual for a museum to take a direct and active interest in creating resources to improve the quality of life for people living with dementia, and to develop these in partnership and collaboration with the dementia community. The impetus for the development of the programme was a recognition that museums, we as museum professionals, we are keepers of memories, and we could utilise those memories to help and support people with memory problems, and that our collections hold a wealth of historical and social cultural references, objects, documents, photographs that could be used to prompt the memories of people living with dementia. From the outset, House of Memories was co-created with people living with dementia and with their caregivers. They have remained active in the programme from the get-go, and even today, as we diversify the range of activities we have available, we place the dementia community at the centre of all of our processes, creatively and at the production end. House of Memories, I suggest to you, is an example of the evolution of community engagement across UK museums, wherein the changing roles, functions and activities of my own organisations, National Museums Liverpool, has provided a positive environment for co-creation and community participation. Our first resource for House of Memories was a training programme. We utilised our handling collections, and I'm sure many of you have object handling collections, which we designed and redeveloped for the UK social care sector to utilise as a dementia education resource. We took these objects and created a whole range of activities, and we linked them to family lives and community identify, because we wanted to inspire the community to encourage those living close by with dementia. Our aim was to promote the power of objects to enable people living with dementia to live culturally rich and happy lives. And in recent years, our education resources have evolved into a massive programme of resources. And what you can see on screen here is a memory suitcase. We have over 40 of these suitcases in our museum now, and the themes of our suitcases are really diverse. They're developed from our collections, but also from the communities that live close by to the museum and across the UK. We have Liverpool Irish memories. We have a Nature Watch suitcase. We have a suitcase that represents our armed forces and veterans. We have sports and pastimes resources, and we have diverse community suitcases. This is a really important way of showing to your community, the audience that is out there for all of you, that you as a museum are interested in their engagement and that you are prepared to step out of your traditional comfort zone of exhibitions and display to create something that is really inclusive for older people. This is of particular importance for people living with dementia, because remembering is a daily challenge when you have a dementia diagnosis. And we've designed the My House of Memories programme to provide a memory scaffold around the person living with dementia. Sorry, I've gone the wrong way there. It's a person-centred tool, and what you can see on screen here is the front shot of our programme. The My House of Memories tool is an app. It's a free download. It's person-centred, so it can be accessed in any home, any museum, any community or health location. And it's designed to deliver a communication interface for families and care providers to understand dementia and its challenges, but also to meet the well-being needs of the person they are caring for. The My House of Memories app is really versatile in its design. It can accompany users on their everyday journeys, delivering a reliable, non-pharmaceutical memory resource that is designed to enable social and cultural engagement. It is unique in its ability to provide visual links to known social memories that can help orientate the user at memory loss moments. On slide here, you can see a range of packages. This is the UK app package we're looking at. You can see the UK flag in the corner there. And what you can see here is every package represents a different point of history, a different point of connectivity, whether it's from, Liverpool Football Club is in there. We have memories of London. We have Yorkshire memories. We have memories of veterans and the Royal Chelsea Pensioners Hospital. All of these packages have been designed with the people themselves. We as museum curators and educators are part of the enablement of that process, but we don't drive it from the outset. And that's a really important message I want to get across to you. To grow this type of work, co-creation is your key, to work in partnership and collaborate with your stakeholder. To date, the My House of Memories app has more than 40,000 downloads. And that's 40,000 people using our museum collection, using the resources of National Museums Liverpool, who might never step into our venues. Some of them will, if they are able to, and they are mobile older people. But if you're an older person living with dementia or with other mobility problems, you may be forced to stay at home. And the previous speaker touched upon social exclusion and loneliness that can add to a sense of loss and a sense of detachment from the world around you. The digital content within our app is constantly growing, and we have multiple museum partners across the UK. Each of our partners has their own outstanding community reputation, but we are all united in a shared determination to make a considerable contribution to combat and improve the lives of elders living with and impacted by dementia. Our app is a free resource. It is designed to be dementia friendly. When a person downloads the app, they can access a wide range of content, many of which are linked to stories and objects that date within living memory. So that's from about 1920 until yesterday. We do reference historical collections because lots of our users, lots of your stakeholders and visitors may well have visited your museum as a child, and they'll remember some of your iconic objects and collections, so we include them as well as a memory prompt. But the bulk of the information that we provide is about our everyday, shared, lived experiences. Going to school, listening to music, our favourite food, festivals, important moments in our community's history. And all of these processes combine a very rich and accessible experience for the person living with dementia. The app provides a unique way for people to digitise and share memories at times when perhaps they feel most isolated and most removed from society. And everything that we've developed in and around the app experience utilises a process of co-creation. And I'm going to just touch a little bit upon that now with some headlines to explain what I mean by co-creation. We offer a model of evidence-based, person-centred dementia practice, and within the app we hold resources for people living with dementia to access that represent all types of museum collections with multiple and diverse collections. And in recent years, we've developed the capacity of our app to include multi-language community packages, which can be presented in spoken or written word. The development process for all of our programs begins with the people. We begin by forming a co-creation group representing museum professionals and people from care and from the community sector. This enables everyone to have an equal say in the co-design process and to work together to create content that really does resonate and represent community interest. I'd like to share with you now a case study because I feel it'll be really helpful for you to understand the whole process of House of Memories, how it begins, what we produce in the middle, and what are the steps that we take to get there. And then at the very end of my presentation, there's a short film that I'm going to play, which the team here at the Folk Museum have very, very kindly added subtitles to so that you can get a sense of how it all comes together. So, this is my case study to share. So on the screen, you can see a young man from the Liverpool Yemeni community. His name is Abdul Wasi. And Abdul discovered our app, the My House of Memories app, when he was trying to support his grandmother who had dementia. He looked at our app and thought it'd be a really good tool for him to use in his home with his parents to connect with his grandmother, whose memory recollections were making it difficult for the family to communicate. But what Abdul noticed straight away, there was nothing in the app that represented his heritage or his culture. And he had the foresight as a young man, he was 14 years of age in this photograph. He found me by email and approached me and quite rightly challenged me to say, I love the app that you've created. There's loads of content in there, but there's nothing that I can use. There's nothing that speaks to my family or my heritage. And we had to acknowledge that in the main, our app at that time mostly represented Western historical and cultural resources, and that we needed to think differently about the use of our term inclusive. If inclusivity is for everyone, we have to challenge ourselves as museums to look out at ourselves probably rather harshly and challenge ourselves to say, well, how do we truly say we are inclusive if we know there are whole sections of society, some perhaps living quite close to where our museum venues are, who don't feel represented, don't feel welcome, and don't have the courage to walk through our front door. So in response to Abdul's challenge, I set about with my team to right that wrong, if you like. And I wanted to create a Yemeni heritage programme. I did it by working with Abdul to think about how can we create this, who should be involved. And he was really keen that we involved young people from his community and from the local mosque. So we invited about 40 of them to be our community co-creators. We gave them the skills to collect the heritage stories from the elders in the community settings. And this was a really powerful and innovative approach for them as a group. We also said to Abdul, we want to showcase your heritage, the objects, the stories, the richness of Yemeni and Arabic heritage and culture. And we want to use this as a tool to connect not only across your community, to connect with other communities in Liverpool. And we also said to Abdul, through every step of this process, we will be with you. There might be times when we don't agree. There might be times when we need to challenge expectations. But from the get-go, we will work with you to create something that you're going to be really proud of and that lots of people will want to use. This whole development process took about 2 years from beginning to end. And my next couple of slides, I'm going to outline some of the learning points that we collected as we progressed. If you are interested, after this conference, I commissioned the University of Liverpool to evaluate this programme, and there is a published report which I can make available to everyone. I'm just giving you the highlights because of time limitations this afternoon. But if you want to know more, you're more than welcome. It's a PDF. You can download it, and I'll send you the link. My first learning point is around community engagement. If you're going to truly reach out to community that is underrepresented as a visitor to your museum, whether in my case that was elders living with dementia and those from a diverse community, you've really got to think about how you do that in a meaningful way. You've got to allocate sufficient project time to reach out to that community. And that doesn't mean a quick email or a telephone call. You've got to be present within their community settings. You've got to get to know them, their community environment. I spend a lot of my time outside of my museum forging links and relationships with people that never visit my museum. I wanted the community to feel empowered by myself and my team taking an active interest in their heritage, in their community setting. So community engagement is an important step. Project development is really important for this work. You need a framework that guides everyone step by step, and it's a great tool for communicating to your stakeholders. You want to share your ideas for collaboration. You really need to limit your reference to museum speak, because museum speak that we're all familiar with, it can be off-putting to communities and can unintentionally alienate them from your programme. I would suggest it's a good idea to create a link person in your team, someone that is the face of the project. Their confidence will grow with that person, and then a relationship, not a partnership, a relationship is forged. Regular schedules of activity are key. It's not enough to have 1 or 2 meetings to get this work off the ground. You've got to stay committed to it from beginning to end. And and where appropriate, and I always do this, I share the budget that I have available, because if I don't share the budget and I've successfully raised funds to develop a new project for House of Memories, I've got to manage the expectations of my stakeholders. So I always tell them how much money I've got to work with from get-go, and believe me, that has served me very well. Project delivery is around the community feeling part of it. We as professionals work really well within our established professional cohorts, whether we're archivists, curators, conservators, and researchers. We brought the community right into the heart of our professional circle, and we created a community steering group, and they attended every meeting for my House of Memories, and they were really empowered by it. And it had an added effect of when they left the meeting, they spoke about the museum in a very different way. They weren't just receivers of decisions that we've made, they were co-curators in the decision-making process, and that was really important. It's also really important from the get-go, I have found, to evaluate this work. I know we all use the words of evaluation and collecting evidence, but it starts at the beginning, and it's really important that you note what didn't work and you note what the challenges were. And again, for the project I'm going to show you the film about, I have had a very robust lessons learned evaluation of that project because it was the first time we'd worked with a second language with a community group. And from that, for museums in the UK, I've produced a toolkit of what was challenging, what went well, what would we do differently. And if anyone in the room is interested in receiving that toolkit, I will send you the link to it. So I'm a great believer in sharing the challenge as well as the success, because we learn far more from the challenge than we do from the success. The final thing, few points are, before I play my film, working at scale has been a key component of House of Memories. When I first began in 2012, I didn't want to design a project that could only happen for a number of weeks in Liverpool, because elders, quite frankly, we're a bit fed up of having projects delivered to them, and the museum comes into town for a few weeks and then the museum leaves again. And they were getting fed up of almost feeling like they were being used. So I wanted to design something that could be sustainable. And here I am in 2024. House of Memories is in its 12th year. So we have achieved that, but we've only achieved it because of the steps that I've been sharing with you. So the legacy of the project is key. And you've got to share your successes, you've got to share your challenges, but you've all got to celebrate with the community that you're working with. So we always have a fantastic party in the museum where the whole community comes and celebrates the development of the programme. Here's a picture here of the group of young people that were involved in this programme. I'm very proud of this group of young people because this was the first time any of them had worked with the museum. And this resource that we've created, not only does it serve the Liverpool Yemeni community, there are 80,000 people of Yemeni descent across England, and it has actually it's been downloaded in the Yemen, which you know there are massive struggles there. It's become a really important resource to connect people. Hang on, here's the film. I'll play the film, then I'll say a few more words.
Inspired by a young man from Liverpool's Yemeni community who wanted to support his grandmother, the Memories of Yemen section of the My House of Memories app connects different generations through their shared cultural heritage.
The whole concept and the idea of the app, I think, is great and is amazing. I mean, even when the first workshop that took place where we were looking through the app, and I even became emotional because of the memories it brought back.
I think this project is very unique to me personally, to the Yemeni community in Liverpool as a whole, because it's the first project of its type in the UK.
There's a lot of pride on Merseyside, especially within the Yemen community. The elders and the young people were very proud of the heritage that we have here.
The artifacts or the items were to reflect every part of Yemen. The music, the arts, food, dance, to reflect on all occasions.
The whole project itself, I've loved it so much. When I see the elderly going on the apps and just tapping different photos and seeing different memories, some of them get quite emotional, some of them get really happy, some of them just remember so many different other stories that they see throughout their whole entire lives when they were back in Yemen.
I think the involvement of the Yemeni community and the events that have been organised was attended by so many people. I could see the intergeneration part of it.
One of the highlights of the collaboration between the museum and the young people is watching the young people within the community centres from the Yemeni heritage taking centre stage. It was also nice to see the gap being built between young people and the elderly community. They were able to sit down with their grandparents and show them pictures of Yemen and show them pictures of artefacts.
I think the elders have responded really well to working with the museums, and they've enjoyed the project especially because it's something very close to them, something they can associate with
The Liverpool Yemeni Arabic community are proud of this project.
The app, I believe it's a saviour for many families and more about rebonding, reconnecting with the elderly and the youngsters. I believe that there's a connection that's the culture of the elderly person.
I believe the young people have benefited from being in the project. Talking about someone's culture, it brings about such a sense of pride, and you really feel that in Liverpool 8 and you feel it amongst the Yemeni community, that you just want it for everybody.
The Memories of Yemen app content, available in English and Arabic, can be downloaded for free. Search for My House of Memories app.
So just to conclude my presentation, throughout the last decade of developing House of Memories, I have to say it's exceeded every ambition that we've ever challenged ourselves with. As in addition to the Yemeni programme, I've just last year worked with 21 museums across Wales, and we've produced a version of the app that is bilingual in Welsh and English. I've started to work with Premier League football clubs in Liverpool. Liverpool Football Club are my first football partner. I've also just developed for England, and I'm developing one for Wales, an LGBTQ plus app package for elders with dementia. So I see this work as absolutely being integral for us as an institution to respond proactively and positively to the needs of our ageing community. Our programme is dementia friendly, but it doesn't exclude any other older person or indeed young person. And what I would say to you all, having just had a brief kind of visit to this museum and a brief walk around your city yesterday, my goodness, what a fantastic, rich and diverse resource you have right on your fingertips. The Folk Museum is absolutely wonderful. I really encourage you to think about how you can develop programmes that really involve and support your older generations. Thank you.
너무나 멋진 발표를 해.
Thank you, Director Carol Rogers, very much for your insightful and inspiring presentation. So she mentioned that back in 2012, you started the development of a House of Memories app, and it was especially impressive that the program was influenced by personal family experiences with dementia, and also so the caregivers, with family members that are going through or they're struggling with dementia, and this young gentleman, British Yemeni young gentleman Abdul Wased's story was very impressive as well. So after developing this app, the House of Memories, so based on its distribution and contribution to the UK museum sector, it's my understanding that Miss Carol Rogers actually received or was awarded a medal from the late Queen Elizabeth. So thank you, Director, for your outstanding achievements over the many years.
청메이쿤.
The next speaker is Director Chung Mei-kun of the National Museum of Singapore. The topic is the Reunion Social Space for Senior in Singapore. Please welcome Director Chung Mei-kun with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I bring warm welcomes to you from the National Museum of Singapore. As some of you know, Singapore is a sunny island, but I'm enjoying the very, very nice, cool weather in Seoul right now. So I'd like to start by thanking the National Folk Museum of Korea for inviting me to join you today at this international conference to share ideas and to hear from one another on the evolving role of museums in an aging society. This is timely as many countries around the world, including Singapore, are facing an aging population. Well, let me share a bit about the National Museum of Singapore before I start. The National Museum of Singapore has a history that dates back to 1887. We are 137 years old this year. We present stories of Singapore's development from the pre-colonial period to the present day, and special exhibitions to tell stories of Singapore and the world. It is our hope that the National Museum, a museum for the people, can be a place for learning, relaxing, and bonding for family and friends, including audience of various needs and abilities. Hence, in recent years, our museum has sought to become a more welcoming space by improving access to our physical building, equipping staff with the knowledge to welcome visitors with additional needs, and presenting inclusive programs for our audiences. Today, I will be sharing more about our latest project called Reunion, which entails developing a first-of-its-kind physical space in the local museum with regular programs for seniors, including seniors with dementia or mild cognitive impairment. Like many countries all over the world, Singapore is facing the challenge of an aging population and increasing incidence of people diagnosed with dementia. In the year 2020, 1 out of 6 Singaporeans were aged 65 years and above. By 2030, it is estimated that a quarter will be over 65. In a report published by the Singapore Ministry of Health in 2021, 92,000 people are estimated to be living with dementia. This number is estimated to increase to 152,000 by 2030. Like many of you here, we recognize that the museum and its collection have the potential to provide opportunities for memory recall and meaningful hands-on activities. It can also serve as a social space for our seniors to stay active through exploring the museum and participating in our programs, relate what they see to their own experiences, as well as connect and share the stories with fellow participants and our volunteers. Our ideas were also supported by findings from focus group discussions and interviews, which we conducted with stakeholders from the medical, social, and dementia care sector, with over 120 individuals, including seniors with and without cognitive impairments, at the start of this project. There were 2 key findings which we found very, very useful at the start. Firstly, a large majority of our stakeholders agree on the need for a dedicated space and resources for seniors in the museum. This could address unmet needs of seniors by providing a neutral space for them to participate in programs and to also socialize with others. There were retirees and seniors who are cognitively able and mobile, or seniors who may have mild dementia or cognitive impairment, who are less willing to participate in activities offered in daycare center due to social stigma attached to it. Secondly, there's currently a relatively long waiting period between the moments an individual is suspected to have dementia and the moment they receive an official diagnosis. The museum as a social space can help maintain their cognitive and social functioning abilities in the meantime through the activities we hold. In our journey, we also look to other museums in Singapore as well as overseas for inspiration. Studies have shown that museum-based activities have the potential to improve the well-being of persons living with dementia, and museum visits have been socially prescribed overseas. We started our journey of creating Reunion in 2019, just before the pandemic, for the museum to be a more welcoming space for our seniors, many of whom are witnesses and contributors to Singapore's development. Reunion is the first dedicated social space for seniors in the Singapore Museum. We created the space in collaboration with Lien Foundation, a local philanthropic organization, with the support of RSP Architects, a local architectural firm, and in consultation with multiple stakeholders in creating Reunion. The museum converted what was previously a black box for digital installations into a warm and welcoming space for senior programs. I think all over the world, just wanted to share that spaces in the museums are very limited and they're usually set aside for exhibitions. So I must say that by setting aside a dedicated space for senior programs, this is quite a pivotal moment for the National Museum. So Reunion opened to the public in April 2023, and this is where we hold activities for seniors, including those living with dementia and with mild cognitive impairment. And in this space, we work with partners and stakeholders to present engaging and meaningful activities for our seniors. The museum named the entire space as Reunion Social Space and Cafe, or Reunion for short, based on consultation with our stakeholders. The name is easy to remember and encapsulates our experience principles for the space. So let me share some of our principles of the experience at Reunion. So it is a space for seniors to reminisce, reconnect with, and recollect the past through the museum's artifacts, retell our stories, and relive experiences, build relationships with the old and new friends, relax and be rejuvenated from the day-to-day routines. Before I share more details about the design of Reunion and our programs, please enjoy a short video taken from a media feature which introduces Reunion, as well as you hear how Madam Lin, a senior living with dementia, engages with the space together with her caregivers.
听歌、跳舞、制作手工艺品，又或是策展，在这暖色调的空间里，你能自由选择想做的活动。林玉桥和2个女儿是国家博物馆团聚厅的常客，除了参加博物馆为失智症患者举办的活动，也不时会利用这里的设施。
I think the space, when it's created for persons living with dementia, is important because it's designed to meet to their needs. So the quiet space, the quiet atmosphere, the lighting, the decor, this is very important to give the person living with dementia a sense of security and peace, so they feel more comfortable being in the space.
林阿姨今年92岁，她14年前被诊断患有失智症。 看顾他的是2个女儿薛碧华和薛碧霞，他们从事辅导工作。知道母亲得病后，虽然感到失落，但很快也调整心情，开始帮助母亲适应病情。
The dementia condition will deteriorate and will change over time. Okay? Some of them will actually land in an unhappy place. They are most of the time very angry or upset or even scared. By bringing them back to happier memories, we hope to move them to a happier space. And when they're in a happier space, then they forget all their fears, and then they're able to then function in a more normal way. We did go through a difficult time during her journey, where she was fearful all the time, and we had to keep reassuring her and making sure that she was safe. But over time, when we help her with remembering happy memories, we moved her on to this present place where she is at the moment.
照顾母亲多年的2姐妹认为， 扩大生活圈子，有助于失智症患者。以母亲为例，她因为太过习惯跟他们沟通，一度连话也不说了，而是用手势跟他们对话，这对她的病情没有帮助。
Belinda and I feel that it's important for her to socialize with other people other than ourselves. Because after a while, she gets used to the questions we ask, and she gets used to talking to us. And then sometimes she stops talking, she uses gestures only. So, and she expects us to understand what her gestures are. So we find it important for her to bring her out and socialize and have communication with other people, because she's forced to communicate, she's forced to converse. She can't anticipate the questions.
One of the things about dementia is that, there will come a time when they have aphasia, which is actually the refusal to talk anymore. So once they stop talking, they will stop talking all the time. So we don't want that to happen to moms.
团聚厅免费开放给公众参观，这里也定期举办活动，想要参加的话可以上网报名。
Thank you. As we saw in the video, Reunion utilizes a lot of warm colors to make the colonial architecture look and feel more welcoming. The space is also designed based on the concept of a home with 5 main features, which I will go through now. First, we have an activity area that's based on the living room of our home. The activity space is where lots of fun activities takes place, such as art and craft, intergenerational chit-chat sessions, music and movement programs. The furniture in the space can be organized according to the needs of the activities, so it's made very modular. To foster a greater sense of identity and belonging, our stakeholders were involved in selecting the furniture and the materials for Reunion right from the start, from options identified by our architects. So we consulted them in many areas, for example, the design stages of the project, by inviting them to test out and review various seating and color options. At the fabrication stage, we invite them to review the chosen option before we confirm the purchase of the furniture. At the pre-opening stage, where they previewed the space and provided suggestions for final improvement. I think we all realize the importance of music. So at the Reunion, there are also 2 music booths in the space next to the activity area, which functions as an extension to the living room for music listening. Research has shown that music is a very helpful tool to aid memory recall and feel relaxed. Our music booths present a curated playlist of about 200 songs from the 1950s to the 1980s, providing opportunities for our seniors to recall and share their past and memorable experience and relax as they enjoy the nostalgic tunes. It's where our seniors can also enjoy a group listening experience, so it's not just an individual experience. They can sing and sometimes even dance. The booths have been designed to be spacious to accommodate seniors on wheelchair, and arm rails are also provided at the sites for additional support. The songs are from an online platform, and we have designed a senior-friendly interface with easy-to-follow instructions for seniors to choose the songs to listen to. And the playlist, even up to today, they continue to grow with the song suggestions from our visitors. So there's a bit of co-curation here as well. And next, we have an immersive cave experience called Memory Lane that's based on the study room. In the Memory Lane room, our seniors assume the role of curators as they create exhibitions in an immersive setting. The Memory Lane experience usually takes place after a gallery tour that's conducted by our care facilitators, who are part of our volunteer group dedicated to the museum's care initiatives. The Memory Lane experience is designed as a group play experience, and under the care facilitators' guidance, seniors will first select the virtual background for the exhibition gallery, which may either be an actual museum gallery space or other spaces around Singapore, which are familiar to our seniors, and after which they will select the artifacts to be placed in the virtual gallery. These artifacts are 3D scans of the actual artifacts in our galleries, which are part of our collection. In this process, we are encouraging our seniors to share the stories, why they choose that artifact or experiences that the artifact reminds them of. There are also opportunities for creative expression. For example, seniors may drop in a larger-than-life television set or create wallpapers or wall art using images. At the end of the memory lane experience, seniors can create their captions and leave their digital exhibition gallery for other visitors to view, even as they send a digital copy back to themselves as a souvenir. Besides the 3 activity spaces mentioned, we also provisioned a quiet room, which is like our bedrooms where we decompress for the day. This quiet room is a space for seniors to retreat to if they feel tired or overwhelmed during a program. Like a bedroom, the quiet room allows them to regulate before rejoining the activities outside. Caregivers can also use objects in the room to engage the person they are caring for, or even adjust the lighting in the space using the blinds or the lighting control panel. Finally, of course, not forgetting food, we have a cafe that's called Cafe Berra, which is like our dining hall or kitchen. Food brings people together and provides opportunities for many good conversations to take place. This is where we partner with a local bakery offering senior-friendly bakes with local flavors to our visitors. The cafe is open to the public and employs a mix of seniors, including individuals with cognitive impairments and younger employees, in support of the vision to create an inclusive space. It also offers a platform for visitors to learn more about senior-friendly food options, such as dysphagia-friendly food that are available at the cafe for visitors or seniors with swallowing difficulties. After reunion reopened in April 2023, the museum has been offering regular programs for seniors, some of which are in collaboration with partners or community groups. Our programs engage both seniors as participants and active contributors. Many of our care facilitator volunteers are seniors themselves, and volunteering actually enables them to connect with other seniors, to learn more about the museum and our collection, and to share the stories with others. Overall, we seek to provide a variety of programs for seniors at the museum in the hope that they will revisit the museum on their own and be empowered to explore other cultural and heritage institutions. Some of the museum's own programs include an 8-week program called Refresh and Reconnect, where participants living with dementia and mild cognitive impairment go through different types of activities over 8 weeks. They will meet for 2 hours each week and for a gallery experience, followed by a hands-on activity. Monthly senior-friendly tours and activities, some of which are tied to our special exhibitions, and activities may include food-making workshops, eco-craft, and even dance sessions for seniors to socialize, to learn new skills, and to find enjoyment. Intergenerational programs involving grandparent-grandchild pairs or seniors from local daycare centers and preschoolers going on a guided tour together, where seniors can share their lived experiences with the children. So again, we have actually selected a short video clip to showcase our intergeneration programs.
代际交流活动对新加坡国家博物馆来说也并不陌生。
巴西利直总保健活跃乐龄中心的12名年长者，这一天同另一家幼儿园小小学亭的30名学童相约逛博物馆。
新加坡国家博物馆一向都会举办这种跨代活动，给年长人士来说是一个很好的机会，能够和孩子们互动，让他们分享自己的个人故事还有经历的，当然孩子们能够更加了解他们过去是怎么生活的，就是让历史活起来。
这群年长者和幼儿自去年底就开始配对为一老二少的固定组合，每月一次的相约，都让85岁的曹秀云满心期待。
早上你们常常有这些小孩子来啊，我们就很开心，大家一起做手工，还是唱歌表演，就很多了。好像也想到我们以前的孙这样咯，也是心里很开心咯。
据王义可的妈妈观察，女儿在参加这项计划后，会更设身处地地为年长者着想。
我们在走路的时候，可能前面有一个年长者，然后呢，他可能就会说：“妈妈，我们要慢一点走，因为要让这些婆婆们或者是爷爷们先走然后或者是呢，在商场，比如说有一些婆婆们在卖东西的时候，她可能就会故意的很大声音的这样，然后我就问她为什么，她就说，然后因为这些婆婆还有爷爷可能需要我们大声她才能够听见。
我见到婆婆很开心。
为什么呢？
因为我喜欢跟婆婆一起玩，我喜欢跟婆婆做手工。
哎呦，对呀，很聪明，很温柔咯，就很小声呐。是你问他，他就是这样咯。问他你好吗？你来高兴吗？他就高兴，是小声的，那还小嘛。
直总保健活跃乐龄中心指出，这类代际活动也有助延缓失智症。
失智症患者不是什么都不能做的，所以他们可以回忆起以前的这些生活啦，然后从此他们也可以就会感到很高兴，因为他们在跟比如说小朋友们一起回顾的时候，他们也可以分享他们自己的人生经验。
Thank you. So other grounds up programs that are organized in collaboration with community partners in Reunion include Memories Cafe by the Dementia Singapore, a monthly program for persons with dementia and their caregivers to bond over arts and heritage. Seniors Meet Seniors Knowledge Cafe by the University of Third Age, where seniors are empowered to organize programs for other seniors to learn new knowledge and heritage appreciation. Tea Dance for Seniors, organized by a senior who is herself living with dementia, in hope to create an environment for participants to learn about dementia, bond with their family members, and make friends through dance. Makan with Seniors, organized by Ageless Online, a grounds-up community group where youth and seniors have conversations over local food. Our care facilitator volunteers as well as caregivers have shared various positive observations about the seniors participating in these programs. One example, as recounted by a volunteer, was how a senior in his 90s and living with mild dementia was very much more relaxed and smiling in the second week of Refresh and Reconnect, and how he was able to walk sprintier than before. Similarly, in the gallery where the volunteer played sounds of food sold on a pushcart, he could share his memory about the food he ate when he was in Ipoh, Malaysia, and how he met his wife while working there. Apart from the program offerings and collaborations with community partners, we also built strategic partnerships with our local health promotion board to co-organize heritage-based programs at Reunion for seniors in the community to encourage active aging. In addition, we are part of a collaborative network of healthcare professionals, community leaders, and practitioners committed to advancing social prescribing for health and well-being in Singapore. Through this platform, we seek to raise awareness of Reunion in our programs for social prescription and as a means of enhancing the well-being of seniors. And so now here's the conclusion. We are still on this journey. I think compared to our counterpart at the Museum of Liverpool, we are just a baby. We are taking very small baby steps. And through this journey, we hope that more seniors will see the National Museum of Singapore as a social space that they can visit with confidence, learn new things, and have many reunions with old and new friends. Success for us at the end of our third year in 2026 means even if reunion cease to operate when our funding ends, the work we do and the lessons that we learned would inspire the individuals, the organizations, and community groups so much so that more of such spaces would spring out all over Singapore. I look forward to hearing from the rest of presentations and exchange of ideas later in this conference. Thank you.
네, 멋진
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Director Chung Mei Quinn talked about various ways the museum can, for example, take advantage of their collection to heal senior citizens dealing with dementia. So, and also some dedicated space, a reunion in the museum for senior citizens, and particularly suffering from dementia and mild cognitive impairment. So, as she mentioned, it's not easy to dedicate a space in a museum for a certain purpose, but they made a brave decision, and we were also able to see the cafe, for example, and the food can be shared, and senior citizens dealing with dementia can come and enjoy the food and talk about their experiences of the food with other people. So, as I was listening to the presentation, it really made me think about what is the limit to the social responsibilities of the museum.
Now, I'd like to invite educator and curator Hwang Ji-young from National Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art, MMCA of Korea. Please give her a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은
As introduced, my name is Hwang Ji-young from MMCA of Korea. It's great to meet you all today. So, through two presentations so far, we learned that we need to come up with some kind of platforms based on our education programs for our senior citizens. MMCA has carried out these kind of programs for the last decade, and we are also thinking about what our future directions should be. As you may well know, MMCA is a representative, a cultural hub of Korea, and then we are aiming to become a welcoming museum for more engagement and pleasure. So we have 4 venues in Gwacheon, in Deoksu Palace, Seoul, and Cheongju and Daejeon. Museum is currently on the construction, and so we are actively exploring ways to more engage the communities in different parts of Korea. So, and as for our education programs of MMCA, so a total of 953,000 people have participated as of last year, and then many people in our society, including toddlers to the seniors, have participated in our educational programs. So we provide a variety of different programs, and especially in 2024, the themes have been the intergeneration cooperation. And so I'd like to share our programs in my presentation today. So before I start, I'd like to share some changes that we witnessed after the pandemic. And in the Korean society, there are many some public museums, but not many of them have carried out their programs, especially on this topic. So I was involved in this topic and program earlier, and then I moved to another department and came back to be part of this program. So I actually observed this program in many different aspects. And Korea is a very densely populated society, and there are contemporary needs from the public, and there is a growing interest in museums as active participants in society. And the MMCA or the museum's educators are also asked to redefine our current and future roles, and so there is many there is much discussion going on this aspect, but I believe that we need to look at the social role of museums from a wider perspective. I think that's our homework that we need to do. And especially MMCA is working closely with many modern contemporary artists. So we are exploring these new directions in our education programs. And so that we can focus on the healing power of art and alternative learning models as well. So that we can actually play a role as a space that provides this kind of healing programs. I think the role of education is changing as well. So the MMCA also is trying very hard to include more inclusion and also the public role. I think this may be particularly the situation when circumstances of Korea are good. There are always pros and cons, but I believe the public, as the public museum of Korea, this is what we need to think more about, and especially about our social roles that we can play. And so, finding the essence amidst this overwhelming amount of information images, I think we need to respond to contemporary needs. And so, as part of our efforts to provide access to our seniors especially, I think these are the agendas that we have. And currently, we are carrying out these culture sharing and education programs. And these are very important agenda for us. And providing education programs for those with cognitive impairments is a very important topic for us as well. And especially our programs for the seniors with cognitive disabilities and their families. We've been providing this program since the year 2015 in cooperation with Korean Dementia Association. So one of the programs is Enjoy Every Moment program. So as for the content of this program and the aim of this program is to provide some kind of art programs for those who can easily move outside of their comfort household or their houses because of these impairments. So I think as for the direction, this is for elderly individuals with a rather mild cognitive impairment and their families. So seniors with mild cognitive impairment and early dementia, so that they can come out and meet various experts, and then they can actually enjoy some positive impact on enhancing their daily life with various cognitive stimulation and a more active communication with other family members. So we are actually cooperating with the Korean Dementia Association because cooperation with local communities and dementia communities is very important in providing these education programs. So this program has been expanding over the last few years. And there are some prejudices about these people with mild or a bit senior cognitive impairments in Korea. However, this perspective has shifted. And then our prejudices have also gotten better. And in 2016, this predetermined the future, the project done by Jang Young-tae, gave us some lessons to learn. And at the time, in his work titled Predetermine the Future, Mr. Jang Young-tae said household will be aging as well, are aging in a fast manner. And by 2025, 1 to 2% household will make up 60%, and 65% of these households will be seniors. So this clearly shows the growing importance of this kind of public museums education programs. So as we are running these programs, we are actually receiving a lot of support from many different stakeholders and associations, and local dementia centers are dispatching their caregivers and voluntary workers to work with us in developing these programs with us. And also some neurologists are providing some medical advice as well and providing their monitoring opinions on our program as well. So after we started this program back in 2015, we've put in a lot of efforts. And Carol as well, who just presented, visited us and then held a seminar on creative aging. And especially during the pandemic, it was hard to actually have in-person seminar. So we didn't really see much progress in that time. But after that, we started our efforts again and worked with various local communities. And since the beginning of the pandemic and in around 2023, we are actually witnessing firsthand that these kind of discussions are expanding again. And in 2023 and 2024, MMCA is actually trying to reflect the contemporary aspects of art and culture so that senior citizens can meet and can come and meet more contemporary arts. And so these are the examples of our projects that were held and provided in 2017 and 18. The title of the project is Enjoy Every Moment. So even though so the whole space that the MMCA Gwacheon location has, the sculpture park can be used as education space. So senior citizens came and experienced these programs that were helped them actually develop their cognitive functions as well. And also this program that was provided in 2018 also was something that senior citizens participated in developing their own stories as well as part of the program. So instead of continuing the same content every year, I think we are aiming to actually provide different content for these as a part of these education programs of MMCA. And this is the picture where we actually sat down with senior citizens and talked about different artifacts or different artwork. And the outcomes of these activities were shared with other members as well. And so every year we've held these seminars, and I think this kind of seminar is growing, is gaining more importance. I think the level of a condition of each patient or each senior citizen is different, so I think we need to actually consider that as well in developing this kind of programs. And for the discussions that we had in the program and with other expert stakeholders, I think that need to be shared as well more. And as for the impact of these kind of programs, so it can actually stimulate various different senses by participating in this program. So that kind of like outcomes is something that we need to focus more on our future programs. So in terms of developing our education materials, this is something that we did that you can see on the slide. So we worked with a neurologist in developing these programs. So the visual side or different senses were considered in different programs. And in 2022, this is the program that we provided in 2020. And after receiving our education materials, local caregiver centers and dementia centers were very happy. And this picture shows one of the caregivers that participated and received that booklet. And she was going back home after participating in our program, and she was very happy with the materials that we came up with and provided. And more specifically, I'd like to actually play a video about this project as well. So this educational program was done by Ms. Jung Young-sun, and the title was For All That Breathes on Earth. So this is 2024 program, and in the MMCA garden outside, we created this garden on the theme of Inwang Mountain that's nearby the MMCA location. And so this project was about exploring the relationship between different aspects such as humans, land, and plants, and the nature as a whole. And so after we opened the Seoul location of MMCA, the whole 6 was dedicated to this project so that participants can come and enjoy their healing session and some meditation sessions as well. So not only younger people, but senior citizens who came to experience this project actually sat and enjoyed this program. And not only the senior citizens, but also younger people and the younger family members in the household were also shared with us that they like to be part of this program as well. And so opening this space to senior citizens just like they do to the general public, it is such a great idea. This is something that the family members and the visitors shared with us. And in the memories of senior citizens, they have memories about nature and plants. So by visiting the garden that we created and by looking at the plants that we planted there, this helped them, to be stimulated in their senses and their memories as well. So even though the space itself was not that big, but our aim was to provide, as much content so that their memories can be stimulated. So because senior citizens love gardening, many of them love gardening, so they, share that their experiences, that they actually, felt their senses were stimulated a lot. And what it says on the slide is that it's really touching, and I'm very proud of the museum that's trying to get closer to people. And it also says thank you. So instead of being artifacts or collections oriented, our museum, MMCA, is trying to become more people oriented in terms of our programs and the content. I believe we truly have to shift ourselves to be more people oriented so that we can be more embraced and loved by the public, and so more people can actually come and be interested in our programs. So as you can see, there is a garden. By coming to visit this garden, they came to know about this gardening artist, Jung Young-sun. So we actually maintained this garden for 3 years and opened it to the public for 3 years. As I participated in developing this education program, one of the things that I heard from Jung Young-sun was that one of our aims was to actually remind people of this beautiful mountain that's in downtown Seoul, which is Inwang Mountain, to people by coming to this park and garden. And his view, Jung Young-sun's view, was reflected in our garden program. So the space that we were in reminded the people of those natural environmental elements, and not only to younger generation but also to senior citizens. This ideas and thoughts of artist Chung Young-sun were shared very well. I think the idea was received very well. And as we were listening to the discussions and the dialogues that the visitors were having, that reminded me of the writing written by the author Kim Hun in 2024. So all the lives are beautiful in their own right, and they actually light themselves with their own light. So the language couldn't really, describe it well enough. So we created this space as a platform of our art programs, but currently we are preparing for the next project. But all the education programs were very meaningful. Some of them lasted longer, some of them stopped, but I think we will continue this kind of effort in our future projects. And these are the elements that were included in that Chung Young-sun's project, and so that people can come and touch different ingredients and elements and can enjoy the stimulation of senses again. So educators participated in the programs, but senior citizens have their own memories. So because they have their own experiences, and based on the experiences, they actually taught us something as well. And in this process, their guardians, caregivers, and family members actually had a chance to talk about the senior citizens' experiences together. And I think a contemporary artifact, contemporary arts, is something that can play a crucial role in this kind of a program. Rather than thinking about the design itself, as we were participating in these programs, we actually learned a lot. And by recollecting the process of the program, it was really helpful in helping our senior citizens with mild cognitive impairments, their memory, in stimulating their memories as well. So as for our direction and our aim and perspective, purpose of this program, I think that was very well shared and well felt by the visitors, especially senior citizens. And as for the art museum, we hope that the art museum can be a space for everybody, because the space can create networking and networks. So I believe that the museum space should not be someone's specific space. It should be open to everybody. And this is something that we should also keep in mind in developing this program. And as the first presenter actually mentioned, I think we need to be more open and create more programs so that we can invite senior citizens to our museum space more. And at the end of this program, at the end of this video that I'm about to play, it's about the garden of our life. So art museums and galleries can be used as an everyday space for our life. So we talked a lot about the key elements: partnership, network, daily life factor, and etc. are the topics that we are actually thinking every day in developing our programs. So as for the museum can be a space of our life, and it should be every day. We need to come and be able to enjoy every moment. And this space should welcome the public and the senior citizens. And these are our missions. And especially the purpose of our museum programs is changing a lot in the recent years. So the memory, past, present time, and the future. So we can develop a program to invite more people, and then we can provide the welcome, feeling for those invitees. So we invite these visitors, and then they can come and enjoy and look back on their daily life and continue this cultural legacy. And we do still have many homework. And so as for galleries and museums, I think we need to provide a space where people can come and reflect on their life. And people with some cognitive conditions, they can also come and experience and look back on their lives. And visitors can enjoy and meet their inflection points in life. And these are the topics that we all hope to continue talking about. My video is about 3 minutes long. If that's okay, I will end my presentation with a video that I'd like to share with you.
프로포즈 할 때 그 옛날 시절에 알랍이라고 얘기를 했다고 그랬죠. 술이 술이잖아요. 먹상 병원이라고 생각하고 드셨어요. 이거를 이렇게 체계적으로
네, 멋진 발표를 해주신
Thank you, Ms. Hwang Ji-young, Educator Hwang Ji-young, for your wonderful presentation. As I was preparing for this symposium, I came to think that that our level of this kind of education programs would be in the initial stage, but it was not the case. As I listened this presentation, I realized that this program started to be provided really early on after 2015. So it was really wonderful to learn what kind of programs are being provided by the MMCA. So thank you very much for sharing that information. The program seems to benefit participants, especially seniors experiencing early dementia and mild cognitive impairment, along with their families. And sharing that information about the programs was really helpful in upgrading our understanding as well. So we listened to 3 different presentations and but different approaches, but each offered a significant insight. So in Western museums, I learned that Western museums are implementing a variety of programs tailored to their unique characteristics, especially the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, in New York, for example, is well known for providing programs for dementia patients and their caregivers. I think we can also learn from their program as well. So that clearly shows that the number of people with dementia and relevant conditions is growing in our society. So we will take a 20-minute break. And the second session will begin at 3:30. See you soon. Thank you.
휴식 잘 취하셨습니까?
I hope you all enjoy the break. So the first speaker of the second session is senior curator Lee Eun-mi of the National Folk Museum of Korea. Her presentation is about the status and challenges on senior engagement at the National Folk Museum of Korea. Please welcome her with a warm hand.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Lee Eun-mi from the National Folk Museum of Korea. So at our museum, we introduce and we collect and exhibit the folklore artifacts, and we also want to show the new values for the future as well.
민속박물관이 다루고 있는 분야가 민속.
So we look at the folk lore. We look at the folk. We are folk museum, so we exhibit daily life artifacts from the past. And recently in Korea, we are seeing some changes. One positive change, one change is a fast aging of the society. So the population aged at and above 65% was about 7% in year 2000. That 7% is a threshold to be classified as an aging society. But that portion rose to 14% in 2017. So we are an aged society. And next year, 2025, the ratio is going to be 20%. So 1 out of 5 people in Korea is going to be aged at over 65. And that is a super aged society. And Korea is one of the fast aging society in the world. So as a museum, we have no choice but to think about what should be our role in this aging society. That is also why we are hosting this international symposium so that we can learn about how to stay relevant in the fast aging society. And in my presentation today, I'm going to talk about what we do at the National Folk Museum Korea and what is the participation status of the senior citizens in various museum activities. But first, I want to talk about who is the elderly, the definition of the elderly. We talk about young old or old nowadays. And also there's a legal definition for the elderly. For example, if you're aged at and above 65, then according to the Korean law, you are considered an elderly, a senior citizen. So roughly speaking, if you're aged at and above 60, then you are considered an elderly citizens or senior citizens. So with that definition, I want to talk about what we do in terms of programs. So we began providing educational programs in 1988. That program was a grandmother-granddaughter craft class. So befitting the folk museum, we began our educational program with a craft class. And 1993, traditional folk craft class, and 97, special folklore lectures, and in 2003, volunteer training programs began. So the grandmother-granddaughter craft class that began in 1988 continued until 2006 and 2007, because by that time there was a lot of nuclear family. So now this program is kind of expanded into family-oriented program, not just limited to grandmother and granddaughter activities. So we provide a variety of programs. There is a theory called serious leisure by R. Stebbins. So by using this theory, I'd like to classify our programs. So according to Stebbins, leisure is very important. We often emphasize the importance of work, but leisure is also an important element of a life. And also, depending on the level of participation and immersion, leisure also could be divided into daily leisure, project-based leisure, and serious leisure. So I think daily leisure is actually For example, it could be one-time or occasional visit to museum, viewing the exhibition, or maybe listening to the exhibition commentary, or participating in some online content. That could be examples of daily leisure. What about project-based leisure? It requires a more time spent and higher level of immersion. Could be educational programs, so participating in educational programs at museum. What about serious leisure? It requires a more commitment to participate. For example, you could volunteer and work as a docent at a museum. That could be an example of a serious leisure. So at our museum, we provide all activities in this entire scope, from the daily leisure to serious leisure. And also there is an education provided by the National Folk Museum Association as well. So I will touch upon each types of program that we provide. So the first program that I want to talk about is exhibition commentary. So we provide permanent and special exhibitions, and we also provide a commentary on these exhibitions to the viewers. The languages are usually in Korean, but it could be in other languages as well, as you can see here. So if you're a visitor, if you call us at least 3 days ahead of your visit, then you can reserve a commentary service. So our commentator will meet with you, the visitor, and we also looked at what are the characteristics of a senior commentator. So it's usually retirees or school alumni groups, or some other students who are, by students I mean people who are taking classes at other institutions. So depending on their age group or profession, the way they're participating in this exhibition commentary is it's various. But there are some characteristics. Because we are a folk museum, senior participants, they can very relate to the exhibitions because our exhibition is about folk life. So seniors who participate in the exhibition commentaries, they are very engaged. When they see exhibitions about Korean past educations or some rituals, traditional rituals, or agriculture, if they see agricultural tools displayed, if you are aged over, for example, 70, they feel very related to it. And if you're aged at and above 50, then the past school life and picnics and these things are very relevant to them. So as visitors, as seniors, when they listen to the commentaries from the commentators, they share their stories about agriculture, farming, or school life in the past. So this is one example, old Korean soda. So when they see this kind of thing on exhibition, they share their memory, as you can see here. Oh, I used to drink this. We were young. When we were young, we were poor. So I was able to drink this only at special occasions. Another artifact that is at display was a letter from a father-in-law. A father-in-law wrote this letter to his daughter-in-law. So one senior citizen, upon seeing this letter, mentioned her own story. It's very touching to see a father-in-law writing a letter to a daughter-in-law. It's very touching. And also there was a memorial service table at display, and they would also reminisce about having to make this kind of table themselves. And senior citizens, as they participate in this exhibition commentary, they would reflect upon their own lives, and they would discover a significance of their life. So they were very active listeners to the commentaries. And next, these are some programs for the general public. Museum folklore class, curator talk, making exhibition artifacts, and exploring everyday cultural heritage. So these are educational programs for the general public that we run at the National Folk Museum. If you look at the age group of the participants, in the case of a museum folklore class, about 65% of the participants were aged above 50. Making exhibition artifacts, there was some difference between year 23 and 24. I think it is because of some, if the theme is more appealing to younger population, then more young people participate. But if the theme is more appealing to the seniors, for example, this year, we had a program where people would make a colorful thread, then the senior citizens participated more. Curator talk, exhibition story here, also depending on the themes of the exhibition. This year, the theme of the exhibition was cat, and it's a very popular topic among young Koreans, so a higher participation from the younger population. And also museum folklore class. So this is a lecture program, monthly lecture. This year, it was linked to the exhibition about K-culture. If you look at the participants' age groups, as you can see, 50s, people in their 50s showed the highest participation rate. So overall, 66.3% of the participants were aged at and above 50s, so including those in their 60s as well. So traditionally, this program, Museum Folklore class, has been drawing a lot of participation from the senior citizens. Then why are they participating in this particular program? So we looked at the reasons for their participation. So they wanted to have a deeper understanding about Korean folklore and cultural awareness. So this is actually some written answers written by the participants themselves in the survey that we did. So you can actually read their answers. So I want to further my understanding of Korean culture and folklore through these classes. Or I've toured overseas and explored the museums in other countries, and it motivated me to learn about Korean culture, my own culture. And I also want to utilize my foreign language abilities to promote Korean culture internationally. And also some people want to build their own personal capacity as well. For example, I'm now working as a tutor, but I want to be a better storyteller, to be a better teacher, to be a better tutor. And or I'm now working as a docent, but I want to become a better docent, so I'm participating in this class. Next program, making exhibition artifacts. So this is a traditional craft class, but you can actually use your hands to make a craft like this. So this is 4 consecutive classes. So you participate in 4 times to replicate artifact that is at exhibition. So this year, we had a class to create colorful notebooks with hanji, traditional Korean paper. So here, individuals aged 50 and above were about 75% of the participants. We also looked at their motivation to participate in this particular class. Again, they had a high level of interest in traditional folklore and craft. And there were some other reasons as well. For example, when my daughter was young, my daughter participated in a lot of hands-on activities in museum, but now my daughter is grown up and is living overseas, and I miss my daughter, and I want to reminisce my memory with my daughter when she was much younger. So that is why I'm coming back to participate in this program. So that was one personal reason. And other program, exploring everyday cultural heritage. So again, here, each year, we have a theme as well. And this year, we tried something new. The topic was traveling through the 4 seasons of my life. And this was linked to the permanent exhibition halls 2 and 3 for this year. So these exhibitions show the lifespan of a Korean. Linked to that exhibition, this program kind of leads the participants to reflect upon their own life and also to think about how better prepare for the remaining life. Again, 84% of the participants in this program were aged at and above 50. Their motivation for participation, very similar to other programs as well. I want to have a better understanding of the Korean folklore and culture. But also, because of this program is kind of self-reflection, so they wanted to have a better well-being of their life, and they also wanted to discover themselves better. So after I retired, I want to look back on my life, and even though I'm not retired, I still want to have an active life. And also, they were interested in a healing program, and they also liked this program because of the self-discovery aspect of it. And these are also some educational programs that we conduct in partnership with other institutions. For example, this is program named Folklore Museum College, Korea Traditional Culture Coordinator Training. And some of these programs really require longer time dedication. And in the case of a Folklore Museum College, 100% of the participants were seniors, aged and above 50. And this was a new discovery for me as well, as I was doing some research for this program. And the Folklore Museum College has 34 sessions from March to December. Similarly, Korea Traditional Culture Coordinator Training also has 19 sessions from March to December. So these are kind of a long-term program. So participants tend to have a sense of belonging. So after they graduate these programs, they still stay in touch with each other among the participants. And also many retirees participate as well. Retirees from government agencies and large corporations as well. And also, they want to have their own business sometimes. They want to acquire new professional license. So these people participate in these programs just to study for their own personal pleasure. But sometimes they come to learn so that they can use the knowledge to start a new business or new profession after a retirement. So, and also, once they finish, for example, Korea Traditional Culture Coordinator Training, then they're eligible to apply for a folklore docent examinations. So some people, they actually pass the test and become a docent. Now I want to talk about the Folklore Museum College. Folklore Museum College is about understanding folklore and cultural awareness much better. That is the main motivation for people to participate in this program. But sometimes they also participate in the Korean traditional culture program so that they can have a better capacity to work as a docent, for example. So this is more related to professional aspirations as well. And when I look at many senior citizens participating in these programs, I can really feel that they are making active preparations to have an active life despite their age. And I looked at the hours of their participation and the level of immersion. So usually docent. So if you want to work as a docent, it requires a lot of time and also high level of immersion. Currently, about 82 docents are working at our museum, and out of these 82, 61 people, they work as a commentator for exhibitions. 34 for Korean, 11 for English, 11 for Japanese, and 2 for Chinese. So they typically come and work at least 4 times per month and 4 hours per day. And this program is open to anybody. But if you look at the actual participants, again, mostly seniors. So 95.1% of people who volunteer as commentators, they are aged at and above 50%. And particularly people in their 70s show the highest participation rate, followed by people in their 60s. So we actually also limit the volunteers to be 70s. So 70s is the maximum age that you can volunteer as a docent at our museum. So these are some of the feedback. So we've done some interview with these volunteer docents, and we heard from them their experiences about docent, what this experience means to them. We were able to see some characteristics. For example, they perceive this as a learning and growth experience. So this is from one person that I'm quoting here.
몰랐는데 해외여행 갔을 때 어떤 할아버지가
I didn't even know about what docent is, but I traveled overseas, and there I saw an old gentleman volunteering as a docent at a museum. So I wanted to do similar things in Korea. So I found this program and participated in. I began as just listening to lectures, and now 10 years later, now I'm working as a docent. And I feel that I'm still growing, even though I'm an old person, so I feel very happy about it. I began studying to be a docent 10 years ago with a friend. So at the beginning, there was not much gap between me and my friend, but now there's a big difference between me and my friend, so I feel very proud of myself. And also, they also feel that I feel fulfilled. I feel a sense of rewarding.
이들한테 설명을 잘 해준.
And I feel particularly fulfilled when I provide a good commentary, good exhibition commentary to children's. And even though this is just a volunteer activity, I still feel a sense of belonging. So this is very important to feel a good self-esteem. So I still belong somewhere, and I feel secure, I feel safe. So this was really meaningful for me. And from a new volunteer, as I began working as a volunteer, I have more affection for museum. I have a more affection for this neighborhood. So it's so wonderful to have a new object of a new affection. And also, working as a volunteer, as a docent in a museum, I can have relationships with my fellow docents. it's very rare for me to see my own brother once a week. Even if we live in the same city, it's very rare that we see once a week. But here, I get to see my colleagues every week, and we have something to talk about together. We have a mutual topic, and I feel so lucky to meet these people as my colleagues. So that was one feedback as well. And also in terms of health, after I began working at museum, I never fell sick seriously. I need to commute, so I take the subway, and that itself is a great exercise. And also because I feel alert to function as a docent, I think that also keeps me healthy as well. And next, this is an online folklore content that I want to show you. So the content name is Come and See My Memories. So the society is aging, then what kind of role can the museum play? So as we were mulling over this topic, we began this online folklore content program, Come and See My Memories.
고령 사회 진입에 따라서 일단은
As Korean society becomes a more aged society, we began this program mainly targeting the senior citizen from the beginning. So even though the senior citizens are the main target, but we believe we hope to include the MZ generation as well as a potential audience. So the content is that based on the life history materials that we have at the museum, we wanted to develop some online folk culture content so that people can share their personal stories about life and memories and experiences. So we use reminiscence techniques to help seniors to revive their meaningful memories. And also there is a new retro trend going on. So we hope that this program or these online contents can be utilized for the MZ generation as well to have a better relationships with their family members. And also we hope to motivate the senior citizens to have a more active life. And also we here use digital technology. So this is a development process. So how can we use these old daily life items to revive people's memories? Then what kind of daily life items did we use? We have our own collection. So per period, some actual daily life items and pictures. And we use these materials and also so the visitors on the website, they can select and choose these artifacts. And depending on their selection, we can see what age group this visitor falls into. And we also verified the beta version as well. So we ran this program as a pilot. And then we kind of made some improvement upon it. So basically, if you visit this website, you are asked a question, choose the most memorable memory. So they are shown about a dozen artifacts, and then they can choose and select. And then they're asked to record either by their own voice or by typing their memory about chosen artifact very quickly, just 15 seconds, for example. So you can either voice record or type it out. So you select an artifact, and then you remember your memory, and you share that memory via audio recording or typing it out. And then if you want to share your memory, you can do so. So there is different categories, and here this is the screenshot where you are voice recording your memory, and also you can share that. So this memory hole it features a lot of artifacts that we have. And now, because of the participation from the visitors, we have a lot of memories collected. So this website also serves as an archives for memories. It's all digitalized as well. And then in terms of the design, we used a very retro style. If you look at the Korean font here, it's a very retro style. And also we made many promotional videos for this program. For example, so you can share this video with your peers, and you can reminisce your memories together, or even across different generations. You can share this video and share your own stories across the generations. After we opened this online content, there are various community centers in Seoul. So we promoted our online contents to these community centers. One example is Yeongdeung-po 50 Plus Reminiscence Community Center. And this center, they contacted us and told us that they want to have a similar content activity offline at their center. So we did that together. So that kind of gave us an idea to provide similar contents or similarly inspired educational programs offline at some senior daycare center, maybe facilities. And even for our educational programs for the general public, still we have a high participation ratio from the seniors, 64%. And when the program is dedicated to seniors, of course, a higher level of a senior participation. And in terms of the participation motivation, or the reasons why they're participating, they could be three big reasons. For example, activity-oriented reasons, learning-oriented reasons, goal-oriented reasons. So because we now understand this, we could see that our programs could fall into these specific motivation categories, as you can see. And we also analyzed so seniors are typically, they would begin participating in daily leisure activities, and then project-based activities, and then serious leisure. So sometimes they would have a new career at the end of participating in these programs. And also seniors, they tend to connect these programs with their personal memories to discover new significance of their life. So then looking forward, these are some of the future challenges. We need to develop more diverse and specialized programs, and also some intergenerational, cross-generational programs that we need to provide more. And we hope to collaborate with the relevant organizations and professionals as well. And also because we are folk museum, we also need to have our own unique exhibitions and programs as well. And because we're a folk museum, senior citizens' life experiences can be very valuable to us. So we need to explore ways to take advantage of that life experiences. And also, based on our resources and expertise, we can also develop programs geared to heal senior citizens living with dementia and cognitive impairment as well. And we also need to create a more age-friendly accessibility and environment. For example, resting area for senior citizens. That is also we found out from our surveys and researches. So in response to the fast-aging society, we want the museum to function as a hub for promoting healthy and happy aging. So with that, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So it was a really great presentation. So thank you very much. So she's been so at the museum. We've been providing senior citizens programs for years now. So she gave us a very detailed explanation about what these programs are. Starting 2022. So she also been working very hard to provide senior programs. One example is Come and See My Memories, that online content. So that program is popular not just among senior citizens, but also among young adolescents, and it can be utilized by younger population as well. So it's a very good example. So we believe that we need to step up in terms of developing and providing better programs for the senior citizens.
Now, I'd like to invite Ms. Hanna Forsell, Head of Public Programs at the National Museum of Finland. She's going to give us presentations on aging gracefully, museums as hubs for senior engagement. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hanna Forsell and I come from Finland. I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for all the previous speakers. Very excellent speeches. I learned a lot. Let me introduce my museum with a short video in this beginning.
The goal of the National Museum of Finland is to share stories, not only about our country's present, which includes our past, but also about our future, which includes our hopes. And not just for Finland, but for the planet as a whole, as our global responsibility towards each other and our environment has never been more important. We believe a national museum is a space meant for the fostering of awareness, where visitors are invited to share their own stories while learning about others in the process. We believe in new narratives, in spaces meant for everyone, where enchantment and surprises celebrate the diversity of our culture. The National Museum of Finland is a hub of buildings, online resources, collections, dialogues, and exhibitions. Together with you, we make up a network of minds, values, ideas, and inspiration, all contributing to a society that promotes democracy and encourages tolerance. Our identities now. This is our story. Tell us yours.
The task of the National Museum of Finland is to provide a sounding board for our culture and the changes it goes through. The museum's collections, locations, programs and activities inspire, understand time, life and humanity. The National Museum of Finland is a national cultural history museum. The museum has the oldest and most comprehensive cultural history collections, 500,000 objects in Finland. The artifacts illustrate Finnish history, folk culture, and as well world cultures from various parts of the world. The museum is in charge of the operations of 8 museums, as well as the Häme Castle and Olavinlinna Castle, both they are medieval castles, and it's actively engaged in developing museum activities in its field. Now the single biggest construction project in the 100 plus year history of the National Museum of Finland will create added space to the strongly renewed museum activities. This architecturally ambitious project will develop our museum to match future needs, to strengthen cultural sustainability, to meet the constantly increasing demand for culture, and to make our shared culture heritage even more accessible for use. Annex will be built mainly underground and will be open in 2027. If someone doesn't know what it means to retire, here's the explanation. When a person lives long enough, they can do just what they want to do. Finnish artist Tuve Jansson, known for her Moomin characters, wrote about this in her book The Invisible Child in 1962. When she retired, she continued to enjoy and create art, and many others do the same. In the future, even more of us will. Population is aging faster over the next 20 years than ever before. Aging has significant impacts on the Nordic welfare state, state funding, social services, technology, and democracy. Often, this change is seen as negative, but it's also important to renew perceptions of aging. Previously, it was expected that a person's abilities decline after the age of 60. Nowadays, overall well-being improves instead. Demographic changes challenge the sustainability of Finnish society. They put pressure on the structures of the welfare state, the financing of services, and have significant impacts on the workforce and social relationships. The role of art, culture, and cultural heritage in enhancing the quality of life and fostering a meaningful existence is substantial. The education, skills, and capacity of people of all ages to care for and utilize cultural heritage are strengthened through cultural heritage education and lifelong learning. For seniors, the most popular cultural activities include visiting museums, art exhibitions, theaters, or operas, often enjoyed in the company of friends. Digital cultural services are used more by women than men. Research has shown that participation in art and cultural activities, like we have heard here quite many times today, extends lifespan, fosters a sense of community, promotes well-being, and makes individuals feel happier and healthier. It reduces depression and isolation among the elderly and those with dementia, providing hope. Additionally, it promotes physical and mental health in care environments, benefiting not only patients but also staff. For example, residents of elderly care homes have shown clear activation through art and cultural activities. The Finnish Maritime Museum's Discussion and Memory Group activities help maintain memory and overall functioning, encouraging participants to leave their homes and meet others. Participants visit exhibitions, view old photographs, use educational collections, and sing old songs together. They can also comment on future exhibition content, thus influencing museum operations. Visitors are reached through both the local memory association and the museum's own communications. Many participants have been involved in the activities for years, but there is a lot of turnover. Some participants are in poorer health and attend with the caregiver, while others are lively and fully functional retirees. Museum staff receives training related to memory disorders. Volunteers at the National Museum of Finland are primarily retirees. In Finland, it's not common for students and adults to engage in volunteer work, as it is particularly a hobby for aging citizens. As such, it doesn't play a central role in museum operations, but rather involves occasional assistance to the public programs or museum staff with various tasks. Volunteers have served as discussion guides, assisted in children's workshops, brought hands-on objects to exhibition and helped at events, and they have also organized reading circles specifically for the seniors. The volunteers have formed a group that feels a sense of ownership over the museum and national cultural heritage, drawing strength from it in their daily lives. Many of them find meaning in life by being helpful. They have also founded a French association for the museum, which raises funds for its activities. The National Museum of Finland has built a new collection center where all the museum collections have been moved over the past few years. The move has proven to be a massive task. However, it has also enabled the opening of collections and collection work to the public. During unboxing days, artifact boxes arriving at the collection center have been unboxed together with the conservator. The box is opened, the artifacts are removed, the protective paper is taken off, and the items are photographed, transferred, and their location in the collection center is recorded. Visiting the Museum Collection Center and handling authentic museum artifacts offers a tangible connection to the museum collection, which is a multisensory and emotionally touching experience for many participants in the unboxing events. In this way, public activities have also assisted in the collection move. National Museum, in collaboration with the Helsinki Diakoness Foundation, carried out a museum project bringing history and culture with museum objects to the care home for elderly residents with alcohol issues. The joint project by the National Museum, the National Theatre and the Diakoness Institute was based on memory and discussion sparked by touchable museum objects. The memories and discussions also inspired a play at the National Theatre. Living at Alppitupa care home doesn't require a change in lifestyle, as staff respects residents' life choices. For example, alcohol use is permitted in residents' private rooms but prohibited in common social areas. The outreach cultural work respects their being and cultural understanding, with encounters being equal. There is strong belief in the human capacity to act and sense. Participation to meeting was voluntary in this our project, with culture presented as an opportunity, not an obligation. The project was based on community, allowing each person to participate according to their choice. While creating the National Museum's Dream Home exhibition, we worked with seniors at the local care home to build dollhouses reflecting their dream homes. Their dollhouses were displayed in the exhibition alongside the museum's historical dollhouses. As they crafted their dollhouses, they also reflected on their lives and dreams. This is what they wrote about their dollhouses. Pirkko, 70-year-old. In my dream home, I live with my husband. We read and do handicrafts. My husband works with wood while I paint porcelain. Home is for family, children, grandchildren, and friends. My dream home includes a sewing machine, an overlock, a recliner, and good books. I have different text here in my papers than I have the PowerPoint. Now sorry. The National Museum is touring at the moment in Finland this and next year because museum is closed for renovation and expansion. Museum will visit in 6 professionally managed museums, bringing a small selection of beloved classics from the national collections. During 2-day visits, visitors can see a carefully curated but small collection of the most iconic items from our national collections at their local museum. We received over 70 invitations from museums across Finland. Admission is always free, as we want as many people as possible can experience the highlights of our national collections. We bring along the museum objects that visitors already know, which evoke strong emotions, along with one item from the local area from the National Museum's collections. The event offers the opportunity to meet and talk with professionals from the National Museum. The goal is to connect with people across Finland, not just seniors. However, seniors are a significant visitor group at these events. In the Knitting Cafe, new creations come to life inspired by the old. What is free-form croquet and does anyone still spin yarn? The museum's Knitting Cafe has attracted particular interest among older women. They have been interested in exploring the museum's textile collections, learning about the patterns and production techniques, and enjoying relaxed social time together. Tamminiemi, part of the National Museum of Finland, has served as the home of 3 Finnish presidents. Recently, the museum program at Tamminiemi has featured 2 performances by legendary Finnish artists. Finnish contemporary dance veteran Jorma Uotinen, 74 years old, interpreted the life of President Kekkonen with his piece Uotinen Goes Kekkonen, while Finnish acting legend Seela Sella, 86 years old, portrayed the life of President Kekkonen's wife, Sylvi Kekkonen, in her piece Sylvi Salom. The performance invited audiences into Sylvi's literary salon set in Tamminiemi's hall. Both performances sold out immediately. Digital engagement. Digital experiences in museums are often designed for young people and young adults. However, it has been noted that the digital experiences intended for younger audiences also interest people of all ages, although younger individuals tend to use them more actively. When the National Museum launched its first virtual reality experience 2017, we were surprised to see that instead of young people, a long line of older individuals was eager to try it out. For the elderly, the museum is a safe place to explore digital experiences. The COVID-19 pandemic isolated older people in their homes and care centers, reducing their opportunities to visit cultural services. The National Museum collaborates with the Home TV channel to offer elderly people the chances to access museum content via television. It's a service model provided by Finnish Hospital District that offers cultural and exercise content for seniors through television. Museum services designed for seniors foster community. They offer an opportunity to meet others, participate in shared activities, and maintain social connections, thus helping to prevent loneliness. Art, history, and culture can stimulate the mind, bring joy, and maintain mental alertness. Museums evoke memories and help sustain memory and cognitive function. When designing museum spaces, content, and services, it's crucial to consider the specific needs of seniors, such as mobility limitations or hearing and vision impairments. Accessible spaces and services ensure that everyone can enjoy culture. Museum visits can also increase physical activity. Since seniors are staying healthier for longer, many want to use their time productively or simply enjoy art and culture. Therefore, Retirees are not only an important target group for various museum services, but also active participants and influencers, serving as performers and volunteers, for example. Our understanding of the behaviors, wishes, and habits of older adults also need updating. Many retirees lead balanced and fulfilling lives, enjoy learning new things, and wish to maintain their well-being. Culture plays a significant role in fostering joy and a good quality of everyday life in all ages. Thank you.
멋진 발표를 해주신 한나 포셀 과장님께 감사드립니다. 박물관과 또 박물관에서 운영하는 성터가 2개가 있답니다. 거기서 또 노년층에게 제공하는 서비스와 프로그램에 대해서 소개했습니다. 특히 알코올 문제를 가진 노인들을 위한 프로젝트라든지.
So she introduced services and programs that have been provided by the Finnish Museum, National Museum. And so memory circle or reading circle, also various other digital services and voluntary programs were introduced in the presentation. So it was also mentioned that museums can provide a venue or space where elderly citizens can come and network and meet other people. That was really impressive.
Last but not least, we will hear from Kim Song-ju from the Korean Studies Institute. Director Kim is going to talk about introducing the Story Grandma project of the Korean Studies Institute. And then we will listen to Ms. Ru Myung-suk from the Korea Studies Institute, her own experience about passing the moments of life.
방금 소개받은
As introduced, I am Kim Song-ju. I am working as the director of Story Grandma Project Division at the Korean Studies Institute. Thank you for inviting me as a speaker, and it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce our project at this international symposium. I don't know if you've heard of our project, a Story Grandma Project. Now, the Korean society is aging and also the birth rate is going down. So to respond to such social issues, we began this project. Now there is over 2,000 grandmothers who are working as storytellers at kindergartens and daycare centers nationwide. We began this project in 2009. Back then, the baby boomers were retiring in Korea, and retiring baby boomers, they still wanted to make a contribution to the society. So there was such a demand for them to stay socially engaged. And also, on the other hand, the adolescents in Korea, the adolescents problems emerged. For example, school violence. We all have a memory of growing up listening to grandmother's stories. And sometimes as you get older and work as a member of society, these stories that we listen and learn from our grandparents give us lifelong lessons. But as a nuclear family becomes a dominant family form, it's much rare for younger children to have a chance to listen to grandparents' stories. So that is why we began this project, so that grandmothers can serve as storytellers to the younger generation.
이제 사업 추진 배경을 지금 말씀을.
So I'm talking about the background for this project. And we wanted to use this project to build the character of the younger generation and also teach them about our traditions. So a storytelling grandma project or grandma storyteller project, this if you look at our project, we want to hand down traditional stories that have traditional values. And also, basically, we want to cultivate good character of the future generation. And also, we want to provide job opportunities for female senior citizens. So we want to improve the quality of life of the female senior citizens. That is the second goal of this project. And third goal is to build bonding between different generations, cultural bonding between different generations. And also fourth, we want Korean young children to learn about our traditions by hearing old stories. If you meet our grandma storytellers, you will often hear their own experiences as well. Usually, they will tell you that they became much happier after working as a storyteller. Before that, I was much less happy, but now I can have a sense of belonging in the society as well, and I feel proud. And that is a common testimony among grandma storytellers. That is also why this project continues to grow. So this is the history of the project. So the project began in 2009. It was established by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and it was organized by my organization, the Korean Studies Institute. This is located in Andong City in Gyeongbuk Province, so I had to leave early home in the morning. But even though we are located outside Seoul, we are quite large in size. And we have about 0.7 million traditional records, traditional archives in our collection. So in our collection, we have a lot of traditional folklore stories. So we use this story archive so that the grandma storytellers can use these stories. That is also why we became the organizer or the institute to run this program. So in August 2009, we recruited 30 grandmothers. So they were the first class of grandmother storytellers. And they received a really great reception from their audience. And in 2013, this program became nationwide. So initially, this program was focused on Daegu and Gyeongbuk province area, but now it is nationwide. And now it continues to grow to year 2014 and 2017. And starting 2017, prior to 2017, our budget came from the central government. But starting 2017, our budget also came from the local government as well. And for example, Singapore's State Administration of Cultural Heritage, they came to visit us to benchmark this program. So we helped them out. So our program was really growing and expanding over the years. But in year 2020, then the COVID-19 obstacle took place. So year 2020 and the following years was very difficult for us. Our activities were very limited, mostly to online activities, and grandmothers, they were not able to move around. Back then, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and my institute thought really hard to come up with a new direction. So in 2023, we focused on expanding our project to overseas. So we even hired actors at this point to put on a performance based on the traditional stories. And this performance band would go on a tour overseas and also tour for centers of people with disabilities and also daycare centers as well. So our project really began to expand. And our organization was also upgraded. So we used to be just much smaller division, but now we are much bigger division in terms of an organization. And our performance band is currently on tour. They're performing and 28 performances over a dozen cities, and Seongnam, Chuncheon dozen, and all these performances are sold out and also receives a great reception from the local audience as well. So the performance is about storytelling and also art and performance. So this is really a multifaceted performance. Then why grandma storytellers? Why not grandpa storytellers? And we've been receiving such complaints from people. So we are now thinking about how to deal with it. So next year we are going to have what is called tradition sharing grandpas. So that's in partnership with the Korea Post. Grandfathers, they also have their life experiences and life lessons, and grandfathers will work to teach younger generations about traditional manners, for example, or traditional games. And storytelling grandmothers, this project is very popular among storytelling grandma candidates as well. So it's highly competitive. So for example, if you look at the competition ratio, 6.9 to 1, there could be some regional gap. The highest competition ratio was over 7 to 1. And this year, at the highest level, 48 people applied for one position or above. So there are so many Korean grandmothers who want to be storytellers. So the recruitment process is very strict. And I told you about our program going nationwide. So there's about 40% of activities and storytelling grandmothers are focused on the Seoul metropolitan area, but still it's nationwide. And we also have an office in Seoul, although our headquarters is in Gyeongbuk province. We have an office in Seoul, and also the overall satisfaction level is quite high, as you can see here. It was very high even before the COVID situation. So during the COVID years, we had some challenges, and we are still in the process of recovering from it. But still, overall, very high level of satisfaction. And but if you look at the payment that we give to the storytelling grandmothers, in terms of the financial compensation, the satisfaction level is not so high because the pay compensation, even though it's increased in absolute terms, relatively speaking, is still quite small. And also we recruit and grow the storytelling grandmothers. And this recruitment process and development training process is very well structured. So once you are recruited as a storyteller grandmothers, it doesn't mean that you right away become a storyteller grandmothers. You need to receive certain education. For example, some mind education, basic education, and also some practical education about storytelling. And also you're subject to evaluation 3 times. And at the end of the evaluation, you are finally selected to be a storyteller grandmothers. So some applicants, they drop out. And so compared to So for this year, about 30 people dropped out, and only about 509 grandmothers were finally selected as a storytelling mothers. And that is not the end. You still need to have a field on-the-job training. So you work with other grandmothers who are already working as storytellers, and you learn their know-how and you learn from them as well. So orientation also as well. And in the orientation training as well. So before the grandmothers are sent to an actual field, so to speak, they are also given initial orientation as well. So this is a really tough process to become a storytelling grandmothers. But once you become a storytelling grandmothers, you are sent to many educational institutions as well. For example, kindergartens, children daycare centers, and elementary school students, schools, and welfare centers as well. And also we provide refresher courses. So, and this is a requirement. So about twice a year, storytelling grandmothers are required to take a refresher course. And this is some of the examples of what we do in terms of expanding this program. So case story, for example. So this is about expanding this program overseas. So some of our storytelling grandmothers participate as actors. And as I mentioned earlier, because we have a very systematic process of recruiting and training storytelling grandmothers. And also children, when they listen to the stories from our grandmothers, when they go home, sometimes they tend to draw pictures about the story. So we also have such a picture contest as well. And also, we also have a contest of children's feedback about listening to stories. And also in December, we are going to have a forum. So we are going to have a more academic basis for our project as well. And to grandmothers as well, storytelling grandmothers, we are providing uniform, like traditional Korean costume as a uniform as well. So we are also thinking about how better to support storytelling grandmothers as well. So what is really important here is that we value the passion and love of these grandmothers. They are really the key assets of this program. And we believe that this program grew because of their passion and love. And even now, there are many storytelling grandmothers who are telling stories to younger children throughout the nation. So we truly respect and love them. So with that, I'd like to end my brief introduction about the Storytelling Grandma Project. Thank you.
사실은 제가 3회
Hello, I'm Ryu Myung-suk. So I work as a grandma storyteller. So I want to reflect upon my experience of working as a storyteller, grandmother. I feel quite nervous standing at this stage.
네, 저는 저기 원고를 보냈는데
Well, I submitted my transcript, but I didn't prepare presentation slides. So let me just go through my transcript. It's not quite easy to read my speech. So the title is Passing the Moments of Life. At the break of day, a solitary light flickers in the distance, casting a warm glow around the Namansansang fortress outside my living room. Whether it's cloudy or rainy, the light constantly glows there. At first, I couldn't understand why it shone so consistently every day. But over time, I came to know that it serves as a lighthouse, guiding freight and commercial aircraft through the sky and ensuring they stay on course. Much like that beacon, the Storyteller Grandmother Project was a source of guidance and support in my life. There came a day when my identity as a teacher and professor was profoundly shaken. I was no longer a school teacher at one point. It became clear that it was time for me to leave the school and move on. My final lecture was on Macbeth, who vividly cried, "Will all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand?" I felt a deep resonance with his turmoil. Just like Macbeth, I found myself grappling with an abyss of emotions as my life journey was coming to an end. That was many years ago. I bid farewell to my English literature, my school, my institution, just on time at the age of 60. I retired from my lifelong teaching career, departing from where I had dedicated my entire life and spent decades in the same rooms and classrooms. Felt like crossing a river of disappearance that surged all at once. The sun shone brightly through the windows of my study that summer afternoon. Barely steadying myself, I reached for the bookshelf and pulled out an original edition. I began reading one book after another until I reached my 70th book. Gradually, I started recovering from the panic disorder that had left me staring blankly into space. Books and writing once again took center stage in my life. I spent my entire life immersed in text, researching, teaching, and writing. That is how I spent my entire life. I spent my entire life for the English literature. One day, a friend of mine, who is a library director, handed me an original edition titled A Beautiful Story, Grandma. My friend told me, "Myung-suk, I believe this project is perfect for you. As long as you're in good health, you can do it. You love to write, and you are an expert in English literature. Now you can tell stories to children." As the voyage is completed, the road begins. So thanks to the recommendation from my friend, my journey as a beautiful storyteller began. After I accepted the role, I underwent a rigorous training. Each step of the process was structured and not to be neglected. After the 6 monthly training sessions, I can be recognized as a storyteller. And it was quite a challenge. And after the training, there was also an orientation and advanced training courses as well, twice a year. And one night at the Korean Studies Institute, and one day across Korea. So only after completing this comprehensive program, I can finally meet children. Even after I finished these training courses, at first I didn't receive any word from the KSI. And also from various educational institutes, I received a lecture request. lecture about English literature from Shakespeare and 19th century English literature. But even then, I didn't hear any word from the Korean Studies Institute. So a year passed after I finished my training as a storytelling grandmother. Then one day, I received a phone call. "Why haven't you been working?" asked the voice on the other hand. It was Lee Sang-kyo from the KSI. I simply answered, "No one asked me to." Lee, the researcher, explained that there had been some staff changes and my name had been lost in the process. That is why I didn't hear anything from the institute. So after several twists and turns, I finally took my first steps as a storytelling grandmother. Now, with the birth of my grandchild, Uju, now I'm getting accustomed to being called a grandmother. But suddenly, I became a grandmother as a storyteller. As someone who's been working as a teacher almost my entire life, still facing the remainder of my life, it was not an easy task. I was reluctant to let go of my writing and books. And I also wondered to find what to do with the remainder of my life. That is when I received this phone call from researcher Lee Sang-kyu, which gave me hope. Thanks to his support, I embarked on my journey, my new journey as a beautiful storyteller. And I began teaching storytelling to children. Memorizing stories was a challenge. I had to memorize the entire story, each word, each verb, each phrase, each sentence. It was a challenge. And it was far from the English text that I'm used to reading and analyzing. There were many kinds of stories, Korean stories, oral traditions, and older legends that I had to learn and memorize. And I had to build my daily routine to read and learn and memorize these stories. I had to familiarize myself with the tales, read them multiple times, sometimes record the entire story in my own voice when I could visualize it. And as I listened to my own voice telling the story, I sometimes take a walk around the Wire Lake Park. And as I familiarize myself with the stories, these stories become mine. And after these practices, I get finally hear the welcoming voice of young children. And I feel very happy. You can tell what kind of parents the child has based on the child's personality. And here, and sometimes unqualified people work as teachers. I cannot share all the details, but on my first day as a storyteller, the director of the kindergarten that I was visiting was leaving the hospital because of COVID. So I was very disappointing. It was very disappointing to have difficult experiences as a COVID.
너무 씁쓸한 선생님이 있다.
And some teachers are really undesirable because of their character, and they give children a hard time. And I was really discouraged. But some children, they just observe the stories that I tell them. And there's also individual gap depending on their attitude and their upbringing. They have a different aptitude. But it is up to the teacher still to teach these children. And that is why we need to have good teachers. And I hope that some institute can really develop good teachers. Now I am 70. And my focus is on leading a life that brings happiness to others. So instead of accumulating things, I want to focus on giving and sharing. In this respect, I really cherish each day as a storytelling grandmother, because each day is, once it is gone, it can never be repeated. Through the 35 stories I share annually, I get to share wisdom, love, companionship, appreciation, resilience, and humor with the younger generation. I get to teach these qualities to the younger generation. And I hope that these become great seeds of inspiration in the young hearts and minds. In this regard, the role of the beautiful storyteller of the KSI is really essential in instilling these important values in young children. For example, suppose the children listen to the story of 곰 TJ in the tender voice of a beautiful storyteller. The story captures the profound bond between a grandmother and her granddaughter, and it also talks about some animals. So the story can give an animal-friendly values to younger children. And also, the 15 stories that beautifully depict the diverse tapestry of the Korean culture and evoke the profound emotions deeply rooted in our society. These stories will act as a strong advocate, spreading the essence of Korean culture worldwide. I'm extremely grateful for the strong identity I have developed as a beautiful storyteller since my transition from academia. I look forward to the continued development of the KSI, the researchers, beautiful storytellers, little friends, and the teachers I work alongside. I wholeheartedly place my faith in all those committed to this shared mission. I'm confident that we will continue to support each other and lighting the way for the future generations. We hold our hands together in grooming our future generation with a great traditional values. Thank you very much for your sharing. So thank you, Director Kim, and thank you, Miss Yu. It seems really tough to become storytelling grandmother. It's not for everyone. And because this program has such a thorough training process, that is why the program grew very well over the years. So we believe that many of you are thinking hard to provide good programs for the senior citizens. So as one person in that endeavor, these presentations particularly moved my heart. So thank you very much. Now we will have a roundtable discussion right away as soon as the seats are ready on the stage.
토론은
So the panel discussion session will be moderated by Professor Yang Ji-yeon from Dongdeok Women's University. So please, you have the stage. Professor Yang, you have the stage. Good evening. I am Yang Ji-yeon, the moderator of the last segment, which is the panel discussion session. So today we talked about the role of museums in an aging society. So this reminds me of a 2016 special exhibition that was provided by the museum. It was about the aging, wisdom. And after that year, Korea has entered into a aged society era. So how to age, and that philosophical dialogues were interesting from that exhibition. So one of the defining elements of our society is aged or super-aged society. So as soon as at the end of this year, Korea will enter into a super-aged society. So this is already a reality for us in Korea. So maybe in a decade, things will look quite different from now. And it's not too hard to imagine that. So in today's presentations and through today's symposium and conference, how to respond to such a fast-aging society. And we are talking about the relevant issues and the role of museums in particular. And another pillar of our discussion is the changing role of museums. And especially the museums that were discussed today seem to be trying to be more open to the public. And also, it was suggested that the museums need to be run based on the active local participation. And from this perspective, the surveys about the usage patterns and participation patterns of senior citizens and the local community participants was discussed, which was all very interesting. And just like in Korea, National Museum of Liverpool and also the National Museum of Finland and National Museum of Singapore also share their practices and new directions with us today through their presentations. Now we have three discussants here on stage, and after listening to the panelists and discussants' presentation, we will also hear from the presenters. And I'd like to also receive questions from the audience as well. First of all, I'd like to hear from Lee Ji-won, curator from Daegu National Museum.
Good afternoon. I am currently working as a curator at Daegu National Museum. My name is Lee Ji-won. Well, I'm currently finishing up my PhD thesis. Korea is now a fast aging society. How, as a museum, how can we support such a society? So I looked at 3 museums as my personal research as well. So we get to hear about Liverpool Museum, which is also my research topic as well. So I'm particularly happy to see Director Carol Rogers from Liverpool Museum. Due to the time limit, I cannot share all my research topics and all my questions, but I have some questions for Liverpool Museum as well, the National Museums of Liverpool. And also, I personally went to visit the National Museum of Singapore as well. So based on my experiences as well, I want to ask questions to the director of the National Museum of Singapore. But first, let me ask my questions to Director Carol Rogers. So thank you very much for your presentation. Your presentation covered the overall preparation process as well. But as you were developing the program, so you involved the people with the dementia and their caregivers in the early stages of the program development, and it was very impressive for me. I can easily imagine how the caregivers gave their feedback, but what about the people with a dementia? How did you communicate with them? And also, is it because their level of dementia was not so severe, was just light? So what was the communication method you utilized to talk with the people with a dementia? And any communication challenges due to the characteristics of the dementia? So I actually have 3 questions for Director Carol Rogers. So do I ask them all together, or so then maybe Director Rogers can answer? Yes, okay. Then I will ask the remaining 2 questions, and then we will invite Director Carol Rogers to answer the questions. My second question is, so your application, I can see that it is quite scalable. So you can reach unlimited number of users basically. So great scalability. So that is a great advantage of an application. But if you target the senior citizens, many senior citizens have difficulty in utilizing digital technology and digital device. So I assume that some might have difficulty in using your applications. So as you were developing applications specifically for the senior citizens, did you have any features that you kind of took special care of, that you took into special consideration? So to make this application more accessible to the senior citizens, what did you do? And my third question is, the Yemen community's Abdul Wase, and that story really impressed me. And so basically, it goes to show that your museum listens to every visitor. It's very moving. And when I visited your website, I could see that you really wanted to expand your program. So as you go about expand your program, but in the case of the Yemen, I guess you had a great advantage of being able to reach out to the community nearby the museum. But what about you try to expand your program to the audience much further away? Do you have a different approach or different process? So this third question is also relevant to my research topic as well. So because I understand that the cultural context is very different between the UK and Korea, different cultural content, of course, but depending on the cultural context that we operate on, we need to take on a different approach. So that is why I'm asking this question to you. So when you were approaching the Yemen community, other than applying a different cultural content, did you use a different approach compared to your usual approach? So if you can share your ideas, I'll very much appreciate it.
Lee, can I thank you for your interest in my program, and please can I offer you after today, we'll exchange cards and I will speak to you in far greater detail about the whole any aspects of the program to help you with your research and your doctorate. I'm really quite honoured that you have chosen National Museums Liverpool as one of the case studies for your work. So I thank you most humbly for that. That's really made my trip here rather more special. So thank you for that. 3 questions. I'll try to do my best to recall them, and if I go off track a little bit, interrupt me. And so I think the first question was around how did I engage the dementia community, people living with dementia, with the co-creation process. I mentioned briefly, I mean, in the 20 minutes or so we had, it was a whirlwind tour of my project. So I mentioned briefly that at the very beginning of my work on House of Memories, with my team, and it is a very small team, there are 6 of us that work on the programme. I would say for the first 18 months, before we even started to shape any ideas, we engaged with the dementia sector in and around where I live, the Liverpool City region. And I went to clinical conferences and seminars. I went to debates. I went to health providers, GP surgeries, acute care hospital trusts, and I sat and I listened and I learnt about what were the challenges people face in their everyday lives when they have a diagnosis of dementia, and it may well be early onset dementia, or they're at a much later stage of their dementia journey. What are the challenges they face, and what could we do as a museum? Now, I have to say, in those early days, they were very curious as to why I was there. You know, I'm a museum director sitting in at a health conference, and it was most unusual for me to be present. But it served me so well in terms of understanding the needs, what the condition itself, and as you know, no 2 people experience dementia in the same way. There are so many, there are 101 different forms of dementia diagnosis. We use the collective terms of Alzheimer's and dementia, but it's so much broader than that. So I learned a lot in that 18 months with my team, and I would say that that research stage was absolutely essential before we even reached out to the community. Once we had an idea of what we could offer, what resources we could develop, we worked with an acute care hospital trust where there was a families meeting group, not dissimilar to some of the great examples we've had from colleagues here this afternoon, where there were connections already made. We attended those workshop sessions in the community. And from that, we designed a framework, if you like, that was a co-creation framework. And it's a framework that's it's evolved and it's grown with our confidence and our expertise. But the principles of it are really have remained true throughout the last 12 years of our development. And that is that when working with the people with dementia, we recognise that they are the experts through experience. They have the lived experience of living with dementia. So for us, it was invaluable to work with them to create resources, museum resources, that would be useful and would work for them. So that was the universal approach. In terms of the different levels of communication, cognitive skills that people will have on their dementia journey, whether it's early onset dementia or later life, we're very much led by the person and their carer. And we use our museum assets, our sensory assets of collections, handling collections, smell, touch and sound to stimulate reactions. And if I could just share a very personal example of that, I don't want to take up too much time, but my whole journey began with my mum, who had vascular dementia post-stroke, and she lost all speech. And I needed to find ways as a daughter to connect with her. And I found myself increasingly utilising my museum skills to do that. It was intuitive because I think we're all creatures of curiosity. We have inquiring minds when we work with the museums. So that came to the fore. And in my mum's journey with dementia, I could tell when she was having a positive response to something. She had no way of telling me. She would squeeze my hand or make a sound, and I learnt what that meant in terms of her engagement. So when we work with people that were in a similar situation to my mum, we very much worked with the families, the carers, the people that are closest to the person with dementia, and with them in the centre as well. And the whole process of co-creation takes about 8 weeks, and we have a framework for that now, that we have a methodology that's been evaluated. I'm most happy to share anything that's useful with you, Lee. But there is, through those 12 years of co-creation techniques evolving, we've now got a process. It's not fixed, it's very flexible, but it does guide us through from a beginning of exploration to an end product. So that's how we work with the dementia community. Does that answer your question? Yeah. I've just got to be reminded what the second one was. Oh yes, the actual design of the app. I think your scalability you were asking me about and how we work. So the My House of Memories app, when we first designed the app, we knew that we were just thinking about people's lives. We're often born in a place, we might work and live there, we might move away for our job, we might marry someone and live in a different town, we might have children that live elsewhere. Our life's journey can take us to a number of different geographic locations in some cases. So when we were thinking about the app, we knew from the very beginning, if we're going to design something for the UK dementia community, it can't just be about Liverpool, because it was just about Liverpool. It's a very small cohort, a very small audience. So from the get-go, we designed an app that could work anywhere across the UK. So the app, if you've downloaded our app, My House of Memories, you'll see that all the content in there, all the packages are from different museums from right across the UK of all shapes and sizes. So my best example of the scale of this is I have a number of museums right up in the Scottish Highlands, small crofting museums that are run by volunteers. They have an app package that's called Scottish Highlands. And then right down the other side of England, the British Museum are in my app. And we have a collection from the British Museum. And then right across the UK, from the top to bottom, we have numerous museum and community partners. And we designed a framework which meant everyone could utilise the programme. And it's all, I mean, this was fortunate when COVID arrived, actually. All of the content development can be achieved remotely. My team and myself, we steer people to produce the content in a dementia-friendly form, and we follow guidelines for that, not dissimilar to what colleagues have shared today. So it's very well structured. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. But that's where the universal bit it stands to one side. Every time we work in a new location, it is culturally specific to where we are. So I hope you don't mind me mentioning Singapore. We have My House of Memories Singapore. It's in multi-language. It's in Chinese, Mandarin, Tamil, and Malay. The framework in Singapore is the exact same framework I use in the UK, but it's culturally specific to the communities and collections of Singapore. So the framework is a guide, I suppose, just to be prudent so that we can actually get from the beginning to the end of producing the app. So the scalability means we can work anywhere across the world. We have House of Memories in the USA, in Minnesota and St. Paul. At the moment, our next steps, we'd love to do more, we'd love to work here, actually. It'd be fantastic to do something in Korea. I mean, it just would. But we're also talking to colleagues in Japan. I've been to Taiwan quite a few times. And I think we've got work that they want to develop in Brazil with the Portuguese-speaking communities in São Paulo. And what I would really like, I would like the app to have as many languages as possible in there. And the thing that we've done to enable that is I've invested in the software, which means we can get immediate translation now from wherever that request is geographically located. I made that investment a couple of years ago. And then just finally, because time's of the essence, I know, you mentioned, when we talk to other partners in other countries, in fact, not just other countries, wherever we go with House of Memories, it's not about House of Memories taking over. It's about House of Memories enabling our partners to do more with their museum connections, and it adds value to what exists. There isn't a programme anywhere where it's just House of Memories. We like to work with partners where there's a commitment towards supporting older people and the dementia community. And I say this respectfully. sometimes partners want to join us because they just see it as an opportunity. We're only interested if it's serving the community. So we're quite firm on that there has to be a real tangible commitment to supporting older people. And the final thing I would say on everything, you haven't asked this, but I feel duty bound to say this. The economics of developing this program for 12 years are really significant. I just don't want it to make it sound like you can do all that we've achieved, you know, overnight. The economics are massive. My main job is to fundraise, well, to promote, advocate and everything else, but is to raise the money to keep the program live and on its feet. And that's a massive undertaking. It's a joy. It's a joy when it all lands, but there are many times in this sector, I'm sure it's the same in Korea, the cultural sector in the UK is massively under-resourced. So the final comment I want to make is, in terms of partnership, is I'm now looking at a new venture for House of Memories that is working with universities in the UK, and I've just finished my first pilot of using House of Memories, which is a museum program, and I've just trained 600 undergraduate nurses at the University of Liverpool to use our training as part of their core training. And I'll be absolutely honest with you, the reason for doing that is that universities have a lot more money than museums. and I'm charging them to do that, and there's going to be a license. Just wanted to put that in the mix. I hope that's okay. Thank you, Lee.
네, 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your answers. So due to the time limit, let me move on to my next questions to the director, Chung Mei-Kwin. So Liverpool case was kind of focused on software, but in the Singaporean case, the focus was more on the physical space. So it's very rare in practice. So when I actually went and saw that space, it really piqued my curiosity. So I have 3 questions for you. So as you were building this space, you used the concept of home that really touched me. And you also used warm colors. And you also wanted to build a space that can feel comfortable to the senior citizens. So, but as a museum staff, when we look at physical space, so we often see it as a space for exhibition. We don't necessarily think about a space as a space for senior citizens. So what aspect of space or what attributes or characteristics of physical space did you have in mind as you were designing this space for the senior citizens? My second question is, so you have a music booth and memory lane and quiet room. So as you were designing these areas in this place, how much did you think about your exhibitions or your collection in the museum? Because this space is still housed within a museum. So as you were building this space dedicated for the senior citizens, and I would also assume that here senior citizens can kind of play with the space. They can put artifacts kind of on display. So I think that's part of your activity as well. So how did you... So did you think about this space in connection with your collection, your exhibition? And what aspect of the collection or this space was particularly interesting to the senior citizens? And also, I believe that the people who actually use this space, they probably gave you their feedback. So what has been their feedback? Because the actual users might have different ideas about the space compared to the designers. So what has been their actual feedback? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jiwon. Thanks for coming to Singapore as well and visiting the reunion space at the National Museum of Singapore. Thank you for your questions as well. I think there are 3 questions. Let me address the first one. I think you asked about whether there are other aspects of home that we often overlooked when designing the space. I guess home is where the heart is, right? I think that's a very common saying. And at the National Museum of Singapore, we recognize the fact that actually a lot of our audiences, or a lot of Singaporeans, they are afraid to come to the museum, or in fact, they do not like to come to the museum because they feel that there's nothing that is relevant to them. So I think when we were first thinking about the design of the space, we decided that first of all, we need to actually break down that barrier so that they are encouraged to step through our doors. Because we are a colonial building, so one of the most common feedback that we had is actually, is the museum for me? I'm afraid to come in. I don't know how to use the museum. So I guess home is a good place to start with. So I think that frames the concept, the design concept. And as you can see in the physical space itself, when you visited us last year, and just now during my presentation, I actually described the home with separate spaces. The house, there's a dining room, there's the kitchen, there's even a kitchen, which is encapsulated in the cafe space. I'm not sure whether you realize, actually the cafe space have a see-through kitchen space. Is actually quite big, bigger than the usual. And why did we do that? Is because our intention is to run programs in the kitchen itself, whereby we allow seniors to actually, do hands-on activities, whether it's kneading the flour or making bread, etc. So I think it was very, very intentional. All the spaces that we have in mind, it has to be usable because, like I shared earlier, space in the museum is very precious. Actually, most of the time is set aside for exhibitions, but I think for us, the National Museum, we decided to actually shift away from the very traditional notion of looking at museum as a space just for exhibitions and as a space for artifacts. But really, it has to be a space for people to use, to come to, and to enjoy. I think a lot of us spoke about the evolving role of museums today. So, well, actually, I have something else to add as well. I think if you ask me now, looking back at the design of Reunion and what other space did we miss out? Actually, I actually had that inspiration. I think it's from one of the speakers from MMCA. So thank you to you. I think you mentioned about the using of the garden in the museum itself. And actually, I was at the museum yesterday, and I thought to myself, what a lovely space that is. And after hearing the speaker from MMCA, actually I'm very inspired, and I think that if there is a version 2 of Reunion, then I would like to actually make use of the outdoor space of the National Museum. We have a beautiful front lawn, as you can see. At the back of the National Museum, we have Fort Canning Park, and there's a lot of synergy, a lot of outdoor activities that we could do. So I could imagine this is almost like a garden space that currently is missing in the Reunion space. So I think that's something that inspired me today. So thank you. So I'll move on to the second question. I think you asked about the process of actually coming up with the whole content or the curation of the selection process for the artifacts, exhibits featured in the space. I think there are quite a few things, but few spaces, and I think the framework is quite similar. First thing first is we must think of what's the profile of the audience or the seniors that we are looking at. And if I look at, I think one of the most straightforward thing that will frame our team is actually the age group. So they are probably in the 60s and 50s, 60s, I think 60s, 70s. And if you work backwards, they're probably, from the 1960s, 70s. And using this, I would think what would actually resonate with this group of audience, this profile. And using that, I will go back further to say, what is it that we can offer at the National Museum from our collection? Because this is, collections at the museum is our DNA. This is what makes us unique across all the different facilities that offer senior programs. I think it's our collection that sets us apart from whether you're a museum of contemporary art gallery. I think that's very important. So we go back into looking at what we have at the National Museum. And then we start thinking we have this collection. These are the collection that probably resonates with this group of audience. Then how can we present them beyond the physical artifacts? Because if they are physical artifacts, then they have conservation constraints. So we have some handling collection. I think you have seen some of those whereby the seniors can actually touch and touch them, have a look at them, and actually have conversations to actually reconnect and trigger off the memory of how they would have used it back in the 60s and 70s. So that's one part, that's the physical part. But there's also the digital part, which is the memory lane, whereby you actually have an immersive cave, whereby the seniors can actually curate an exhibition using an iPad and choosing a selection of artifacts. And so they actually curate a digital, so-called a digital gallery. But we are also very conscious that we do not want to create a barrier for the seniors who are not familiar with technology. So we make sure that it will be a facilitated process. I think that's that part that we also think of. So we think about the content and as well as the user experience and what can we do to facilitate that connection, whether it is about technology or the physical barrier. So I think just very quickly on that. And finally, I think who usually visits this place and what kind of feedback, right, have we received from them? Actually, to our surprise, we realized that it's not just the seniors from daycare centers, but a lot of the seniors from different groups, partner groups, so we have a lot of partners who have actually started to approach the museum to use the space for free, to conduct programs that they do that appeals to the seniors with mild dementia conditions. And for example, we have this lady who actually runs who does a choir for seniors. And she was looking for a space because she's just an individual, so she doesn't belong to any specific company or corporates. And when she realized that, hey, at the National Museum we actually have such a lovely space for an activity for seniors, she approached us and said, hey, can we work together? Meaning she will provide the program and we will just provide the space. So this is just one example of working with individual partners, so not just big companies, but really individuals who wants to contribute to helping the seniors. And so I guess what kind of feedback have they given us? I think they are very surprised. At the National Museum, it's not just about exhibitions, not just about artifacts, but really it is about the people that matters to us. So that has been very, very encouraging to my team. I must say that I have a very, very fantastic team as well. There are just only, let me see, 5 of us, 5 of them. And we have, besides the funding, a 3-year funding that we got, we have no extra permanent manpower that was given to us. But I think we all believe that this is actually a very, very meaningful project, and this will actually contribute to the whole of Singapore. So I think that's why we are all in it. I'm sure, I guess that's how we all feel, right, about this topic as well. So with that, I hope I've answered your questions as well. Thank you.
네, 답변 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for your answer. So as I was listening to various presentations, I also learned that the museum's approach to the senior citizens is focused on well-being rather than learning. But today, it was a really great lesson for me to learn about graceful aging. Not just the active aging that we often hear about. And as someone who's working at museum, I'm always happy to learn about how museum space and role can be utilized. So thank you for giving me many inspirations.
분도 이 주제에 대해서 진행을 하고 계시고 또 실무를 담당하신 입장에서 매우 구체적인 질문을 해주셨는데 두 분 그 발제자님께서
So she is working on the doctoral thesis on this topic, and so she gave us very detailed questions. So thank you, presenters, for your great answers. So how can this space of a museum can serve as a role for the communities and the senior citizens? I believe that Korean museums are building their new centers or locations. So in that regard, Director Forel also shared with us what kind of aspects you are actually considering in your new building. So we are wondering what kind of aspects you are considering in building a new center. Maybe that's something that I will, ask later. So the long journey of co-creation was something that was particularly impressive to me, and having relevance to target audiences and sharing artifacts and sharing the space were some of the things that were really impressive to me. So I'd like to move on to the next panelist. Mr. Son Dong-gi is a researcher at Policy Research Institute named Vivre Ensemble. So let's hear from him. So good afternoon. My name is Son Dong-gi from Policy Research Institute of a Vivre Ensemble, and I'm also teaching at Sungsil University. And I believe I am invited to this conference because this topic is related to my doctoral thesis, which is about the public policy in association with the lives of senior citizens. And I was interested in providing for culturally marginalized groups of people in our society. And as I participated in this conference or similar conferences, I believe that gave me a new perspective of shedding light again on the life of aging society and the lives of senior citizens in our society. Because we are all aging, so this is the matter of all of us. So what really matters in this aging or aged society is not the sheer number, but the proportion or the pie of increasing elderly citizens is what matters. So this is why we are talking a lot about this topic. So through the presentations, we came to think the role of museums and what we should provide as museums to these elderly senior citizens in our society. In Korea, maybe the scope of social services for our senior citizens is something that we all need to think about as well, because many senior citizens, without even having proper preparations in their lives, they suddenly are given this huge amount of time and they don't know what to do with their time, and thereby experiencing the aggravated life of quality of their lives. And so what can we do as a society to help them? And in that process, and the series of the processes of helping them, I think this is what we are focusing on today. While listening to the presentations today, rather than questions, something was surprising to me, especially the role and the expanding roles of museums was really, a surprise to me and really impressive to me. So I'd like to actually give you some statements about each presentation. So first of all, the first presentation on proposing the role of museum based on the actual usage patterns by older adults. The first presentation and the presenter pointed out the lack of data on how seniors currently use museums. And the second presentation, which was about the National Museum of Liverpool, what was very impressive to me was the co-creation process. So as a museum, you cooperate and co-create with the local communities. And in terms of the content, creating the content by working with the local communities does not seem like an easy task for me. But over the long journey of the last 12 years, you worked with those local communities and different stakeholders in your co-creation project. And I believe that museums, one of the jobs that museums do is archiving. But I think the museum, National Museum of Liverpool, is doing the archiving work of the contemporary items by closely working and co-creating with local communities, and that's something that we can all learn about in developing our future programs. And the next presenter, Director Chung Mei-kun from the National Museum of Singapore emphasized the importance of dedicated spaces and resources for the elderly citizens in museums. Creating such a space within a museum in Korea could have been backlashed by other stakeholders in our society, because museums are more like open spaces, and elderly citizens in Korea find it hard to find a space that's dedicated to them where they can go and enjoy. And those spaces that are created for the elderly citizens tend to be in a not so convenient location, which is hard for our elderly citizens to go visit. And so I asked them question, are you okay when you realize that this space dedicated to you is in a not so inconvenient location? And their answer was, we are still happy to have our own dedicated space wherever they are located. And so the fact that the National Museum of Singapore is dedicated in creating the dedicated spaces for the elderly was something that we can learn from. And next, the MMCA program is something that I participated in 2017 as well. So the MMCA program for seniors with cognitive disabilities and their families focuses on efforts to enhance their cultural access. But I didn't know that back then that this program has so much focus on providing such cultural access, and some of our museums are actually making those efforts. And the fact that the MMCA has continued its efforts is really inspiring. So I'd like to thank them for their efforts for our senior citizens. And the public cultural services that are currently being provided in Korea tend to be quite education-oriented. Maybe that reflects the high zeal of Korean people for education, but whatever the public services are, mostly they are education. Their purposes are for education. And what if the museums do not have these educational programs anymore? Will people visit museums? And that's something that I thought about. And in the case of Finland, I thought it was quite similar to France. I thought Finland is like France, where the welfare system for the elderly citizens is well established, and the elderly citizens have the power, self-determination, like rights and power are well protected. And so that was a very good presentation that I can learn from about the case of the Finnish museum. And as we enter into a super-aged society, these senior citizens will want to visit museums as an actual partners and more like active consumers rather than just passive people who enjoy the programs. And there is a co-op kind of association in Korea. So like grandmothers actually go visit and read books for young children. And in Korea, these initiatives tend to be government-led. But in France, many volunteers is volunteering grandmas and grandpas in the society. They participated in these programs. So I think now Korea Korea needs to switch to more private-led initiatives as well. And through the last presentation, I was able to learn that many various efforts are being made. So as I prepare for this presentation, I learned that the different roles or expanding roles of museums, but also I think we also need to focus more on the original roles of museums as well. Mostly they are actually for exhibitions or connection in the society, but the original roles of museums need to gain importance as well. And based on the original roles of the museums, I think we need to build further on that so that people can actually value more about visiting museums. And I think museums can still be user-oriented. When we ask visitors why they are visiting museums, then they say they just go. They just visit to learn. I think most of all, what's most important thing is that they need to find joy. It must be fun for them to visit museums. They should find it interesting. And I think when I go to museums, I think my competitors tend to be grandmas and grandpas because they all lined up. They are queuing up to enter the museums. And one of the recent experiences of mine is that it was a rainy day, and these senior citizens, instead of using their free tickets, they actually lined up to buy the tickets to make contributions financially to the museum operation, and that was really impressive to me as well. So more than I imagined, a lot more senior citizens actually come to museums, and I came to wonder why these senior citizens are visiting, and then I look into some data and research papers. And in France, the most frequent museum visitors were senior citizens, and because they find their museums interesting. And when I visited France, this is my experience when I was visiting France, and the senior citizens are the most frequent museum visitors, and they find the museum programs interesting enough to queue up and visit. And I think it's a secondary issue that they need to stay healthy and they need to actually have money to actually buy the tickets to enter the museum or enjoy the museum programs. So not only the content, but in terms of how to promote social participation from senior citizens is something that is actively worked on in France. I could learn that from my visit to France. And when we talk about the role of museums in today's conference, not only through museums, but by working with museums that serve as the hub for the social members in an aging society. That's something that we learned today. And when we think about when is the last time that we had interest in visiting museums, the reason why we don't visit that often in the past is because we don't find any programs interesting. And also, when you visit museums, you mostly visit with your friends or family members. And to enhance access to museum programs, we tend to devise ways to increase the access for people with special needs. But when it comes to think about the measures to enhance access or visits from other regular citizens, I don't think we put into that much effort or thinking into that because young people have other mediums to enjoy like Netflix or some other movies, etc. And so they don't really prefer visiting museums as top of the priority way to enjoy their leisure time. But so senior citizens pay, but young citizens, they don't even, visit museums even though they can get free tickets. So I think the value of content really matters the most. And as I conclude my remarks, when we talk about senior citizens, which is also the topic of our today's conference, I think it's also we need to also think about the people with disabilities. Because as we get older, we might also develop some disabilities as well. And that's why I think efforts to accommodate older adults can also benefit people with disabilities in some ways. And I hope that we can somehow create this environment where we can actually benefit people with disabilities as well. So Professor Son Dong-gi talked about various different aspects of elderly citizens and the expanding roles of museums. And now I'd like to hear from Director Jo Han-jong.
So, Director Jo Han-jung of Seoul Gangsa 50 Plus Center, please go ahead. So, 50 plus means demographics from age 50 to 65. So the Seoul metropolitan government set up my center to support this demographic group. I want to share some ideas with you rather than commenting on the presentations. So I've been married for about 22 years, but I lived with my parents for certain years as well. And for some years, I built a two-story house. So I live in that house with my wife and my parents as well. So because we live together, all together, 3 generations, sometimes we do cultural leisure activities together. I studied age in the U.S. and in the U.S., grandparents they have about 65% of the national wealth, and basically, the grandparents spend over 100 trillion on their grandchildren. So if I can compare that to my family, I'm kind of an only active boomer. So the first baby boomer in Korea, I think. So if you are born in year 55 and a few years after that, you are the first baby boomer, and there is a second baby boomer, and there is also a senior generation aged at and above 70 years, and between the first baby boomer, second baby boomer, and senior citizens in Korea, there is a differences in terms of utilizing and consuming culture and leisure. For example, my parents barely spend money. My parents barely spend money except buying some gifts. But when we go out to eat or go to the museum, then they might spend some money. But I'm the second baby boomer generation, so my baby boomer generation and the first baby boomer generation, we can spend money on ourselves. So for example, for leisure, for travel, we are willing to spend money for that purposes. So I was requested to talk about the role of the museum in the aging society. I think the key word here is the creative aging. Dr. Cohen from the US, he emphasized the creative aging. So as you get older, even though you get older, first baby boomer, second baby boomer, and senior generations, in order for them to have hobby activities, they need to have creative ideas. And also, encore, there is an encore career. So I'm saying for that, they, even though they are senior citizens, they can have a second career. And in the welfare area, the senior generations, they can have their own new career. So in Korean, we have a phrase, encore life, encore career. So senior citizens, they can have their encore life and encore careers at our center, for example. We call that encore job, encore life, encore career. And with these new jobs and careers, they can have an active life. And also they need to have a creative idea to do that. And that's what my center is about. Thank you very much.
50 플러스.
So Seoul Gangsa 50 Plus Center is working on creating jobs for people who are age 50 and plus. And so I think, recently your work has expanded into providing jobs for people age 40 and over. So I think you may have different, issues as our society develops. So thank you for your opinions and presentations. I think it's time for us to wrap up today's conference. So the presenters who presented today and the panelists shared very great insights with us today. So I think I would like to share 3 lessons that I learned. So first of all, what kind of space the museum, what kind of role the museum should do. So they conserve cultural content, and they can also provide a social space for our societal members, and it can also provide a space where social interactions take place. So in that process, their collections, museums' collection can serve as a social artifacts that ignite the social dialogues among different members and visitors to the museums. And that's something that I thought about. And to be able to make that happen, various collaborations and partnerships with various different stakeholders in society do seem to matter. So I think this requires different methodologies to engage with local communities and partners. And thirdly, providing more detailed services targeting senior citizens is important, but also more intergenerational approaches seem to matter a lot for our museums as well. So providing more what feels convenient and interesting for senior citizens must feel the same for other generations as well. So this is something that we should remember. We should think about providing something that's not only for senior citizens, but can be universally appealing. These are the 3 lessons that I came up with while listening to your discussions and presentations. So I'd like to thank all the presenters and discussants. Thank you very much for staying with us till the very end. So thank you, Professor Yang Ji-yeon, for for working as a moderator for this session and all the discussions. Thank you very much for your active participation, and I'd like to thank you all for your patience and attendance until the very end. And I hope that today's conference can be a good insight, can provide a good insight for all the museum people who watched us today. Thank you.